Hello friends. Welcome to Vortex. How are you all? So we are back with an interesting series on what if Naruto becoming Satan with power of blue flames. And had controlling ability over fire and wind. Also be sure to subscribe and like this video. Now let's begin. It all started on the day that Lady Finex was found to be pregnant and with not one baby but twins. The Finex family was already big, and they absolutely couldn't wait for the new additions to their family. The fact that they'd be getting twins was amazing since after the last Great War and the addition of resurrected devils, pure-blooded devils were becoming rarer with each generation. Everyone in the Finex family could see the happy glow of their lady as she walked down the hallway on the way to her and her husband's chambers, with her stomach showing how close she was to having her twins since she was due any day now. Walking up to the door, Raven opened it slightly to see if her husband was in or not, and when she saw he wasn't, a frown marred her beautiful face. Her husband had been quite busy with the arrangements for the marriage between her now youngest son and the only daughter of the Gremory family. Sighing softly to herself, Raven walked into the bathroom to freshen up before bed, and once done with that she stared into the mirror as she had done every night since she had found out she was pregnant. The image she saw staring at her was that of a beautiful woman smiling slightly, with dark blue eyes and bright blonde hair. She had her hair done up in an ornate bun fitting someone of her standing among the devil community and had an angular face as did many pure-blood devils. The most important part of her appearance, at least in her eyes, was her swollen stomach holding her beautiful twins. "Honey, are you almost done in there? I'd like to see my beautiful wife." A voice was heard from the other side of the bedroom. And Raven could only smile since she knew that the only person who that could be was her husband Minato Finex, the lord of the Finex family, but most importantly, her husband. Sighing at her husband's impatience, Raven Finex could only smile as she opened the door and apologized to her husband. "Sorry honey, but a woman's got to look her best for her husband, especially with all her competition." Smiling slightly, Minato could only laugh while stating, "Honey, you know I might have a harem but you're the only woman for me. You're the woman that is the mother of my children." Many might not know this, but Minato was a tall blonde man, about 6'2" with spiky blonde hair and two bangs framing his face. He was currently dressed in red pajamas contrasting with his sky blue eyes. "I'm just worried that you'll lose interest in me what with how fat I've become," stated Raven. Minato could only just sigh while slowly pulling his wife to him until they were both lying on the bed with her head laying on his chest. There weren't any words that needed to be spoken between the two. They both knew that though the future might be a mystery, they would always have each other and their soon-to-be 5 children. 3 days later. Standing beside his wife, Minato could only cringe as he felt the heat coming off his hand from the flames that Raven was unconsciously making and the unbelievable strength she was using to crush his hand. Thanking whoever his devil powers for making him basically fireproof, Minato could only smile down at his wife, and after looking at the doctor, he couldn't help but ask, "Isn't there any way we could speed this along or help her with the pain?" Offering only a half smile, the doctor could only sigh. "You know as well as anyone, Lord Finex, that any kind of drugs given to her would be wiped out of her system in seconds thanks to the legendary healing of your family." Not liking being ignored while he was having 2 babies forced out of her, Raven made her presence known by glaring at her husband and squeezing his hand until she heard a satisfying crack and shouting, "You are never touching me again, Minato. And if you even think of wanting another kid, it's gonna be coming out of you so you can understand how much I hate you right now." Grimacing at his most likely broken hand, Minato could only wonder how far his healing ability would be tested by his wife, who was doing her best to show that there had to be something he couldn't recover from. "The first head is showing. Push, Lady Finex," the doctor said. Smiling slightly at his wife, Minato couldn't wait to meet his new children. He just knew they'd be perfect. Grimacing, Raven gave everything she had, and with a scream of ahhhhhhhhhhhh, they finally heard the satisfying sound of the first baby crying, cutting the umbilical cord and telling the proud parents that the first child was a healthy baby boy. The doctor handed him to a nurse wrapped in a blue blanket. Turning back to the exhausted women, the doctor could only smile saying, "Good job, Lady Finex. Only one more and we're done. One more push-up. And you will have your babies in your arms. Smiling slightly, Raven could only give a brief nod before giving all she had left into one last push. And falling back down while hearing the cries of both her children. Smiling and cutting the cord off the second baby and handing the second baby wrapped in a pink blanket to the other nurse so that she could be cleaned, the two-seater left the room in order to give the two parents privacy with their children. Smiling at his wife and kissing her forehead, Minato could only smile and ask, so we never actually decided on names. Do you have any idea? Beaming at her husband and gently taking her son from the nurse while watching the other nurse give her daughter to Minato, Raven could only smile while saying, for the girl, I was thinking Revel, and for the boy, I was thinking Naruto. Smiling, Minato could only sigh at his wife's insistence on naming one of his children after a ramen topping, though he supposed that fact that Naruto meant Maelstrom evened it out. Looking at their children, the two proud parents could only wonder what changes would occur in the future and how their new children would get along with their siblings. 5 years later. Running through the estate, Revel and Naruto couldn't stop laughing. Throughout the years, the two had been inseparable, with the servants knowing that if you saw one twin, the other one wouldn't be far away. They both had the blonde hair and blue eyes of the Finex family. The only difference was while Naruto had short spiky hair, Revel had her hair tied into two drill-like curls. They were both in their pajamas since it was getting close to their bedtime. With an indignant shout, the third member of this impromptu game of chase let his feelings be known. This individual was the third son of the Finex family, and Naruto and Revel's older brother, Riser. Riser was a blonde man appearing to be in his late teens and had the common traits of the Finex family. Except his hair was mysteriously colored a bright bubblegum pink. You'll pay for this, you brats. Riser shouted at the two little troublemakers. Still laughing, the two kept running, with Naruto shouting, it's what you get for being a big meanie to Rias. Revel could only smile at her brother as their latest prank had gone off without a hitch, only to be suddenly lifted off the ground with her twin and forced to look into the eyes of their father. Smiling gently at his kids and fighting the urge to laugh at his other son's new hair color, Minato could only ask the one question on his mind. Is there any way I can get you two to come to bed quietly? Smiling at their father, the twins shouted in unison. Can we hear a story? Looking at the twins, Minato could only sigh at their normal response, but he nodded nonetheless, and couldn't help but smile at the cheering of his youngest. Looking over at Riser and failing to hold in a chuckle, Minato could only smile and say, I know they didn't mean any harm, Riser, and I'm sure that whatever they used will come out eventually. Glaring once more at the two troublemakers and wishing they'd combust on the spot, Riser turned around as graciously as he could and walked off in the opposite direction. Laughing once he made sure his son was out of hearing range, Minato once again turned to his yunjas. T2 who were still being held up by his arms, and he could only sigh at the twin innocent looks he was getting from them. Slowly walking down the hallway until he got to a door labeled, Naruto and Revel's room, stay out. And putting down Revel so he could open the door, he slowly walked in and sat on the chair that he used whenever he told stories to his youngest. Looking around the room as Revel and Naruto got into their beds and gently tucking them in, Minato decided to tell them the story of the amazing battle he once witnessed between the old Lucifer and the combined team of Circex and Graphia. Once he finished the tale, he could only smile at the pure awe that Naruto and Revel were showing, and when Naruto declared, I'm going to be the next Lucifer. Feeling proud of his son's determination, and knowing that if anyone could do it, Naruto could, Minato could only ruffle his son's hair while saying, I'm sure you will one day, but first, I think it's about time I taught you and Revel how to use your devil powers. After all, what good are two future kings if they can't even protect their peerage? Smiling once again, Naruto could barely hold in his excitement. Finally, he would be able to get strong and protect those closest to him, especially his beloved twin. Happy at seeing how excited his son was, Minato couldn't wait to start their training. However, he was surprised to see his only daughter so quiet. So, he couldn't help the frown that came to his face as he asked, Revel, honey, I thought you'd be excited to hear that you and your brother are finally going to be learning how to use your powers. Looking up at her father, Revel couldn't help but ask, Dad, do I have to be a king? I really don't want to have that responsibility. I'd rather be a part of Naruto's peerage. Looking over at his precious sister, Naruto couldn't help but smile. While he would rather have his sister be a king, he wouldn't be opposed to having her always be close to him. Smiling, Naruto asked, "But Revel, wouldn't you rather have your own peerage?" Looking at her brother and happy that he was so concerned about her, Revel just shook her head and said, "While I'm sure I'd make a great king, I know you'd make a better one, and I know we'll make the perfect team." Watching the proceedings, Minato could only sigh. He knew his two children were a parable and figured something like this would happen. He was starting to wonder if these two would rather just be attached at the hip. Regardless, he figured that they still had a couple of years until anything was set in stone, so it was best if he just let things be and just be happy that he could start training the twins tomorrow. Slowly kissing both of their heads, Minato turned to the door, turning off the light while leaving the door open just a crack, knowing how Revel got if there wasn't some kind of light in the room. He could only sigh and wonder what awaited him tomorrow. Next morning. The next day we find the twins sitting on the ground practically shaking with excitement while their father sat across from them demonstrating a simple fire spell for them to try. Watching them both, Minato was happy to see that his daughter was on her way to getting it, and keeping that smile, Minato slowly turned to his son. Seeing his son about to pour his power into the spell, he decided to give some last-minute advice. Remember, you two, fire is a living embodiment. In order to channel the fire, we must pull out our power from deep within. Nodding, Naruto started looking deep within. Looking over at Revel, he could see a small aura of flame starting to surround her, which looked to be taking a lot out of her to maintain. With a burst of determination, Naruto looked deep within, and feeling his power, brought it out and felt the warm aura surround him and grow larger. Smiling at his accomplishment, he looked up at his father only to see him staring at him in shock. Looking to his left, he saw Revel looking at him in awe. Finally, after a while, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you guys staring at?" "Revel made fire too, and you're not staring at her, Dad." Minato distantly heard what his son was saying. He was, however, more focused on the blue fire surrounding his son since there hadn't been a Finex born with the power of blue fire in centuries. Smiling at his son, Minato couldn't help but think, "Naruto, you just might be able to become the next Lucifer with that power." Seeing his daughter also looking at her brother in awe and maintaining her flame for the entire time this was going on, he couldn't help but be amazed at her control and knew that one day these two would surpass everyone. Revel, however, was bouncing on the ground. She couldn't believe that her brother was able to change the color of his fire, and she could feel the heat coming off of it. She knew that her brother would be strong, but now, she knew that one day her brother would be invincible, and she would be standing by his side just like she always has. Naruto, however, was in his own world smiling at the fire that he was using. His dream was to become a Satan and protect his family, and with this, he was one step closer to that dream, and while it may be a hard road ahead, he would get there one step at a time and he would never give up. 3 years later. It's been 3 more years and the twins were walking to Beelzebub's workshop since today was the day that they would be getting their evil chess pieces, though Rav had opted not to get hers, saying she'd much rather be a part of her brother's peerage as his queen. Walking up to the large metal doors followed by his 2 youngest children, Minato knocked on the door. Waiting for the famous Beelzebub to open the door so he could ask Naruto the questions before he got his pieces. Slowly, the door opened and out stepped the blue Satan wearing an apron and looking like he just had one of his experiments blow up in his face. Smiling slightly at the head of the Finex clan and what appeared to be his 2 youngest children, Beelzebub asked, "What can I do for you today, Lord Finex?" Smiling and ruffling his son's hair, Minato answered, "Well, Beelzebub, my son here is ready to get his evil chess set, and while my daughter could get hers too, she has requested to be Naruto's queen instead." Smiling at how close the two must be for the boy's sister to want to be a part of his peerage and for the boy to be willing to give up his strongest piece to his sister, Beelzebub nodded his head and motioned for them to come inside. Once they were inside, Beelzebub looked at Naruto and stated, "Okay, Naruto. I'm going to ask you a few questions before his get started, since it will help me determine how your chess set will react when you accept the king piece." Nodding at the blue Satan, Naruto simply waited for him to ask his first question. What will your peerage be to you? They will be my family. What do you use your power for? To protect those precious to me. Okay, last question. What is your dream? To protect my family and to become the next Lucifer. Smiling slightly at the very exceptional boy, the blue Satan turned and put Naruto's answers into the computer. There was a flash of light, and they all turned to L. Look at an assembly belt where a red chess set suddenly appeared. Motioning for Naruto to move towards it, Beelzebub smiled when the boy walked up to it and the king piece floated in the air before floating into the young Finex's body. Smiling at his son, Minato couldn't wait to see what different kinds of people he would fill his peerage up with and wonder what the future would hold for his family. Walking down a long hallway was a very elegantly dressed young redhead whose name was Rias. Now, many would know who she is. After all, how could one not know the sister of the current Lucifer? Or the heiress of the Gremory clan, someone who wields the power of destruction. Everyone that knew Rias would say she is a sweet little girl with a slight obsession with anime and anything related to Japan. But, they would make sure that the girl wasn't in hearing range. After all, there is no need for it to be known that her secret obsession wasn't actually a secret. They would LSO be hard-pressed to find a more cheerful and polite young girl. However, Rias was neither of those things right now, as she has just found out that not only is she engaged to who everyone else has described as an asshole and a playboy, but she also has to now go over to their estate in order to celebrate the newest status as the king of a peerage of the younger brother of her fiancés. Rias still didn't understand how a kid who was practically 3 years younger than her had managed to get an evil piece set when she had to wait until she was 10. But apparently, because his flames were of a different color. Everyone was okay with it. Grumbling to herself about how pretty flames were nowhere close to the power of destruction, Rias finally walked into the room where her parents were staying in order to travel to the Finex estate. Same time, Lord and Lady Finex, better known as Minato and Raven, could be seen walking into the kitchen in order to attempt to get their youngest 2 children finally ready for the party. They were usually such wonderful children, at least in their eyes. However, the second they learned that there would be a party, they both got brilliant idea that they should help cook the feast. Thankfully, no one was hurt, though they were still trying to figure out what exactly caused the explosion. It was finally decided that they couldn't make the meal for obvious reasons, they would be allowed to make a cake for dessert provided they had their oldest brother Ruvel help them. Walking to the door to the kitchen, they braced themselves for what they were going to see, and slowly opened the door hoping the cost for the damages wouldn't be too high. Smiling to himself, Ruvel couldn't believe how amazing his sister was at baking, especially considering how bad he and his youngest brother were. On the table sat a wonderfully made chocolate cake, with tons of icing, and the sentence "Congratulations on becoming a king" written on top of it. Now, Ruvel was many things. He was an amazing older brother, a father to an adorable baby girl, and a wonderful son and husband, just to name a few things. But, he couldn't bake for his life. So, he was happy at least one person in the family could. Turning to look at the one responsible for the cake, Ruvel asked, "Not that I'm not grateful, but after the whole cooking explosion. I'm very surprised you know how to cook, Ruvel." Blushing at the praise of her older brother and avoiding looking into the eyes of either of her brothers, Ruvel could only sigh. While trying to explain how she learned how to cook. "Well, I know I can't cook very well, but I wanted to make sure I could do something special for Naruto's party. And I figured that everyone likes cake." Smiling gratefully at his queen, Naruto only had one thing to say. "You know sis, you are going to make a great wife someday." Poof. Ruvel's blush reached astronomical levels and she distantly realized that her powers had just caused her face to literally combust. She could only revert back to her Tsunere personality. "What do you mean by wife? As if I could ever be someone's wife. I'm your queen, remember? And you better not forget that and go out with some other girl." Ruvel deciding to take pity on his brother before he said something else to make Ruvel decide to set his head on fire to match hers. He offered to wrap the cake up for them while they got dressed. Hearing a twin cry of surprise at forgetting about the whole reason for making the cake, he watched the two run out of the room, nearly knocking over their parents in their haste to get dressed. Seeing his parents' questioning looks at the fact that there weren't any explosions, Ruvel Prepa read himself for telling them about the little prodigy of a baker they had in the family. In the dining room sat 7 individuals around a dining table. They were obviously waiting for someone to come before starting their meal. At the head of the table sat Minato, with his wife Raven to his left. This setup was mirrored on the other side of the table by the visiting Lord and Lady Gremory. To his right were 2 empty seats reserved for his youngest and oldest sons, followed by Rias and her mother Venilana. To the left of Raven was the seat reserved for his daughter, followed by his son Riser and Akino. Seated at a table across from her fiancé, while silently glaring at her parents for putting her in this situation, Rias couldn't figure out how this could possibly get any worse. After all, her life was going to be over once she was of marriageable age and she couldn't have her happy ending. Rias always wanted a prince in shining armor to come and rescue her. But that dream might as well be dead now. The closest thing she would get to a happy ending was being forced to have tons of babies and becoming part of a harem for her husband's amusement. Sighing to herself, Akino, who was Rias' recently turned queen, could only wonder how Lord and Lady Gremory could possibly think that this would be a good idea. She could practically feel Riser's gaze on her and she knew exactly why he was staring. And especially what he was staring at. She had just started going through puberty and apparently, she was a quick grower with a modest B cup already that would no doubt grow with age. She also had a beautiful face that would make many men weak in the knees and a hard-on somewhere else. It was no mystery to Akino about why Riser was staring. She had genuinely hoped that the rumors were untrue about the apparent fiancé of her king, but it was starting to look unlikely that her hopes would be answered. Finally deciding that the atmosphere had gotten too quiet, especially with Ravel and Naruto still waiting to join them, Minato decided to at least get things going. Thank you for coming to my son's party for becoming a king. I would also like to welcome you to the family, Rias. After all, you'll eventually be marrying my son. Practically growling, Rias made sure her opinion on the matter was firmly known. I will not be marrying your son. And I will definitely not marry someone I don't love. Wondering what he ever did to deserve this, Lord Gremory decided that if they were going to get anywhere, he'd have to run damage control. Thank you, Lord Finex, and I apologize for my daughter's outburst. I'm sure she means no disrespect. She has only just found out about her engagement earlier. Ignoring the murmuring of the red-headed little girl that sounded a lot like, yeah, no disrespect my ass, Raven decided to accept the apology. I'm sure she didn't, and we know that Riser can be a little difficult, but we're sure that with time, they will grow to care for each other. Deciding to ask a question that had been bothering him for a while now, Lord Gremory said, yes, I'm sure. However, since this is supposed to be a party for your son Naruto, who is absent along with your youngest, I don't suppose you could answer a question I have about a rumor I heard about him. Having seen this coming and deciding to get it out of the way, Minato could only give a slight nod indicating that he would answer any question asked. Genuinely happy to satisfy his curiosity, something that all Gremorys were known for, Lord Gremory asked. I have heard that your son is able to control blue flames, and because of this power, he was even able to acquire a mutated pawn and bishop when he infused his power into his evil chess set. Snapping her head up, Rias looked at her father in astonishment. After all, she knew how hard it was for any devil to acquire even a single mutated piece. For this kid to be able to get two was unheard of. Deciding to ask the important question, at least in her mind, Rias asked, I understand that blue flames should be hotter. But what's so special about the color of his fire? You're all acting like it has some secret ability. Deciding to finally enter the conversation and to satisfy her daughter's curiosity, Venilana decided to inform Rias just why the blue flames were special. Rias, I doubt you know this, but there used to be 9 beasts of incredible power. These beasts were known as Biju and each had different abilities unique to their species and their number of tails. No longer understanding what her mother was talking about, Rias asked, but Mom, what do you mean by their species and their number of tails? Seeing where this line of questioning was going, Raven decided that since it was her son that this was about, she should be the one to explain it. What your mother means, Rias, is that each Biju had a number of tails, going from 1 to 9. With each tail, the Biju showed a higher level of strength. Each Biju was of a different species, and each had a different ability. Seeing the nod that Rias was giving, Raven decided to continue. They went in this order. The one-tailed raccoon, the two-tailed hellcat, the three-tailed turtle, the four-tailed gorilla, the five-tailed dolphin horse, the six-tailed slug, the seven-tailed beetle, the eight-tailed octopus bull, and finally, the strongest of them all, the nine-tailed fox. Still not understanding how this was all relevant, Rias let her confusion be known. So why haven't I heard about these Biju if they're so powerful? Deciding to cut to the chase, Minato helped connect it for the girl. You see, Rias, these beasts were terrorizing everything until a man wielding blue flames defeated them all. He then transformed them into sacred gears and implanted them into those that were at least part human. Using this system, they could be used the same way that any other sacred gears are used, with minimal risk, since their powers are, for the most part, sealed away. So can't the people that have them even use their powers? Minato sighed to himself. They are sealed, correct. But they can use some of the power that the Biju naturally have. For example, whoever wields the one-tailed Biju has control over sand. They can even get the ability to use a stage 1 and a stage 2 Biju cloak if they learn their Biju's name. However, in order for them to unlock their full power, they need a key of sorts. Okay, I think I understand, but what's the key to unlocking their full power then? Unable to keep the smug look off his face, Minato said, if they were sealed using blue fire to restrict their abilities, then the only way to remove that restriction is to attach them to a person that wields the same ability. Nodding at the explanation, Rias only had one more question. So how do you attach someone to someone else? Smiling slightly, Raven decided to finish the story. Well Rias, I'd say the same way you attached Akeno to you. Seeing the look Rias was making and having absolutely enough of everyone explaining stuff the whole family had been told ages ago, Riser made his opinion known. While this is fun and all, can we get the ball rolling? I have my queen waiting upstairs to take care of me once this is over and I'm through waiting for the two brats. As if hearing Riser mention them, two blondes came running into the room followed by their older brother Ruvel, who seemed to be carrying the cake that Ravel had made earlier. Seeing the questioning looks that his parents were giving him, Ruvel could only sigh. Don't look at me. Those two decided that it'd be funny to skip this meeting to go pester one of the servants about a rumor they heard. Genuinely curious about the two new kids, Rias decided to ask, what's the rumor and what made it so interesting? Smiling and nodding at each other, the twins said, we heard that there's a demon masquerading as a girl with white hair. Deciding to dismiss this story as nothing more than a servant fueling their imagination, Minato said, as cool as I'm sure that is. Don't you think it's time you to joined us for dinner and met Lord and Lady Gremory and their daughter Rias? Sitting exactly to the right of his father, Ruvel watched the twins get into the seats designated to them. He also couldn't help but wonder why that Gremory girl kept staring at his youngest brother like that, but he assumed that she was just curious about how he would act in comparison to Riser. Rias, however, was genuinely curious about the kid sitting next to her. After all, who wouldn't be after hearing the story that they were just told? The icing on the cake, though, was that he was completely ignoring her in favor of talking to his sister. This, while showing her how close the two were, did nothing but infuriate the little redhead, who was used to being the center of attention. Deciding to enjoy the meal spread out for her, she wondered that if he is going to ignore her, then she'd just have to ignore him as well. Rias went back to her food which, she noticed, was fried chicken, ironically. Smiling at his sister and, quietly, discussing when they were going to investigate the new rumor they heard about Naruto. She was pleased to see that while somewhat nervous, Ravel seemed to be all for going to investigate it the next day. Deciding to take a break and seeing that the girl next to him had finally stopped trying to glare a hole through his head, Naruto decided to introduce himself. Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name's Naruto, and across from me is my twin and my queen, Ravel. Nodding slowly, Rias said, my name's Rias and my queen is to my dad's right. Her name's Akeno. So is it true that you're going to be my new big sister when you marry my big brother? Growling at everyone's ability to realize that she would not be marrying Riser Finex, Rias decided to set these two straight. I will not be marrying your brother, nor will I be marrying anybody until I decide to. Wand, earring what evil he must have committed in a past life to deserve this, and glaring at Riser to make sure he wouldn't try to rebuke that statement, Minato said, while I'm sure we could go into that, Why don't we enjoy the dessert my daughter Revel made us? I'm told that it's supposed to taste pretty good. Blushing profusely, Revel could only accept the praise with a slow nod of her head. It's not that she doubted her ability. It's more that no one in the family really compliments her except for her twin, and she's likely to lose control of her powers if anyone does. Deciding to take a ice of the cake before she can't get any, Revel smiled when she saw her king enjoying her treat. After waiting a suitable amount of time, and seeing that everyone was done with dessert, Lord Gremory decided to take his leave. After all, he wouldn't want his son complaining about hogging his daughter. As nice as this evening has been, Lord and Lady Finex, I do believe it's time we took our leave. Ignoring how pleased Rias looked at this revelation, Minato could only give a nod. Yes, it was good to see you again, Venilana and Lyoxilon, and to meet you, Rias and Akino. Seeing the weird girl about to go, Naruto decided to give his own goodbye. Bye Rias, it was fun to meet you. I hope we can do it again and tell your brother to enjoy his days as Lucifer. Blushing at he personal greeting and curious at Naruto's mention of her brother, Rias asked, yes, we should do it again, though what do you mean by saying that my brother should enjoy his days as Lucifer? Puffing his chest up, Naruto said, because I'm going to take that title away from him one day. Nodding, Rias smiled slightly at the youngest male Finex. Maybe he was different from the rest, though she would hold her opinion for now. Slowly walking to her parents and feeling her mother hold her hand, she could only give one fleeting glance at the curious youngest son of the Finexes before being teleported away. Smiling slightly at his youngest son, Minato could only smile at how sure he was that Naruto had just made his first friend that wasn't related to him. Waking up the next morning around 10 a.m., Naruto and Revel were getting ready to check out the rumor they heard yesterday. It was true that their parents had warned them about investigating the rumor, but they were confident that it would be worth any punishment they could get. With one last smile at each other, they transported to the town where the demon girl apparently was. In a small town, a young girl could be looking at the night sky waiting for this nightmare to end. The girl in question looked to be around 13 years old. She looked like any young girl would, besides the pure white hair that Nay would think belonged to someone much older. The biggest difference between this girl and any other was that one of her arms looked purely demonic. The girl in question was the supposed demon, as the townsfolk so fondly called her. She really didn't know where it all went wrong. She supposed it could have been when her parents died. That event had left her alone with two younger siblings to care for. And while they had never expressed any disapproval towards her, she wondered if they would be better off without her. She knew that the townsfolk saw her as possessed by the same demon that she had saved them from. And she couldn't help but wonder if they were right. If so, she knew she couldn't allow her siblings to experience the same scorn she did. Looking up one last time and hoping for a miracle, the young girl decided to head back to bed. Arriving on the outskirts of the town and seeing the night sky, Naruto and Revel could only sigh at each other. It looked like He should have accounted for the time difference. Deciding to use this time to set up a plan and get a feel for the land, Naruto led Revel into town. Sue, do you have any sort of plan? SMI. Ling slightly at how her brother would wait until the last minute to worry about coming up with a strategy. Revel could only shake her head. It wasn't like she didn't have a game plan, they simply were limited on any relevant information. Not really. But, if we had to, we could always use the technique Dad taught us. Frowning in thought, Naruto couldn't help but grimace at how long it had taken him to learn that particular technique. You know, I still find it unfair how quickly you were able to get it compared to me. Giving her brother a dismissive wave, Revel said, we both know. The only reason I learned it quicker was because you have so much power that it's a lot harder for you to control it. Naruto nodded at her point. After all, it had taken him a month longer than her to master the Rasengan. It was a move that in essence harnessed pure magical power and swirled it at high speeds, grinding into whatever it was used on. His father had only taught the twins and Ruvel the Rasengan for the simple reason of them being the only ones to ask. Riser and Ren, their two older brothers, had no interest in learning the move, Riser feeling he was already strong enough and Ren wanting to walk his own path. Smiling at her brother's acceptance on why it took him longer, Revel could only hope that nothing happened on their little mission. Looking one last time at the sky, she subconsciously took Naruto's hand as they walked through town. Determining that it was early enough for people to be awake, the twins decided to find out where this demon was located. Unsurprisingly, the people of the town were wary about giving out information on what they obviously considered an abomination. They were, however, finally able to disclose that it was on the edge of the town, in an old house. With a brief nod to each other, they both started walking towards their destination. Seeing her brother's gaze fall on her, Revel couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong?" Nodding slowly and ready for the upcoming argument, Naruto offered a forced nod. "Should this demon prove to be strong, I want you to let me handle it. My regenerative powers don't take as long to work as yours do." Frowning at basically being told to, as far as she was concerned, abandon her twin, Revel could only shake her head. "It doesn't matter, even if they take longer. I'll regenerate from any attack thrown at me." Looking determinedly ahead and knowing they didn't have a lot of time left before they arrived, Naruto said, "This isn't up for debate, Revel, and while I may be your twin, I'm also your king, and I'm giving you an order." Annoyed as well as happy that Naruto was willing to put himself in harm's way for her, and secretly pleased that he wasn't afraid to order her around. Revel nodded. Looking ahead and seeing they had reached their destination, she could only trust that they'd be strong enough. Having sensed people outside and deciding to confront them while her siblings were still asleep, the demon looked through one of the windows and was shocked to see two young children who were about her sister's age. More than slightly curious about their intentions, she opened the door and slowly walked outside. Seeing the door open, Naruto and Revel prepared themselves for whatever would come out. They were understandably surprised to see a teenage girl walk out, but they prepared themselves nonetheless. Naruto decided to start things off. "We have heard that there's a demon inhabiting this area. Would you happen to know where we could find it?" Angered at being called that name once again, the girl could only hold up her demonic arm. "My name is Mirjan Strauss, and I've been called a demon ever since I defeated the demon that lived in the old church." Now curious, Naruto decided to get to the bottom of the situation. "My name is Naruto Finex, and next to me is my sister Revel Finex. We had heard rumors of a demon and wanted to investigate. It doesn't really look like you're a demon, though." Grimacing slightly, Mirjan could only look back down at her arm. "To be honest, I don't know what I am anymore. But, if people are starting to come from out of town just to see me, then I do know I'm a danger to my siblings." Deciding to take advantage of the situation, Revel said, "You know, W.E. could help you with that if you wanted." Looking up, Mirjan couldn't help but be wary of the offer. "Why would you help me? You don't even know me." Getting where Revel was going with this and deciding to trust her judgment, Naruto said, "I know that if anything ever happened to Revel, I would do whatever I can to make it right. So I can understand your fear for you siblings." Nodding at them being able to relate to her, Mirjan couldn't help but be slightly curious and hopeful. "So how could you help me?" On seeing her brother nod at her, Revel decided that it is best if she explains. "You see, we're actually devils, and as such, we have more resources to look into your condition. As part of a noble family, we have a vast library and special abilities that can help us figure out exactly how to reverse whatever happened to you." Smiling at the offer, Mirjan allowed herself to hope that these two weren't just trying to trick her. "So, you can fix me so that no one will call me a demon anymore?" Nodding at the question, Revel tried to keep the grin off her face. "Yes, we can help you. However, in order to do so, you will have to become a devil. The only way for that to happen is for you to become a part of a king's peerage." Not sure what a peerage was, Mirjan decided to find out what exactly this catch was. "So, what's a peerage and how exactly would I find a king?" Deciding to take over, Naruto held up a red pawn piece. You see, a peerage is a group of people who have an evil chess piece put into their body. This chess piece will augment their skills as well as reincarnate them into a devil. A queen piece will increase speed, strength, endurance, and magical ability, and is worth 9 pawns. A rook piece will increase strength and endurance, and is worth 5 pawns. A knight piece increases speed and is worth 3 pawns. A bishop piece increases magical ability and is worth 3 pawns as well. The last piece is the pawn. While they do not give a boost in a specific category like the remaining pieces, they can promote into any other piece besides the king. They can do this when in enemy territory or with the permission of their king. Nodding at the explanation, Mirjan was curious about the pros and cons of becoming a devil. What exactly does becoming a devil grant me? Also, this seems to be pretty convenient. What are you leaving out? The biggest benefit of becoming a devil is our extremely long life cycle. We can live for thousands of years while still retaining a youthful appearance. The only real problems are that you will gain a weakness for holy objects as well as being a servant to your king. Grimacing slightly at the thought of being forced to serve someone, Mirjan was about to tell them to stick their chess pieces up their asses. She was perfectly ready to do it until she remembered that with her going with them, her siblings would be safe. If I agree, I never be able to see my siblings ever again. Smiling at how much this girl cared for her siblings, Naruto shook his head. No, I would allow you to visit them whenever you want, as long as it doesn't interfere with any tasks I give you. Smiling at the thought of being able to see them again, Mirjan steeled herself and made her decision. I'll do it. I'll join your peerage. Though what piece will I get? Smiling at his soon-to-be servant, Naruto took out 7 normal pawn pieces. Before we do that, we're going to measure how many pieces it will take to reincarnate you. After all, I wouldn't want to use too many for someone that doesn't require it. Nodding at the answer, Mirjan slowly walked over to the 2 and watched as her soon-to-be king placed a pawn in front of her. Seeing no reaction, he placed a second pawn in front of her and smiled at the glow coming from the pieces. Smiling at the fact that it wouldn't cost him too many pieces to reincarnate the girl, Naruto decided that he'd rather save his special pieces for the future in case he needed them. It looks like you'll cost 2 pawn pieces. So you'll become my pawn and be able to promote to the other pieces later on. Nodding at the thought of being able to promote to a queen and have an increase of everything, Mirjan asked. So how exactly do we do this? Nodding at the question, Naruto explained the process. In order to reincarnate someone, they must lie flat on the ground while I mutter an incantation and fuse the piece or pieces into their body. It's fairly straightforward, though you will probably pass out afterwards. So, if you wish to say goodbye, I recommend you do it now. Smiling at his thoughtfulness, Mirjan ran inside and wrote a quick letter to her siblings explaining what happened. She let them know that she would visit them once she cured her arm and that this was for the best. Once done, she walked outside hoping her leaving wouldn't affect them too much. Motioning to the ground and watching as his new servant lay down, Naruto summoned the 2 pawn pieces and levitated them above her body. Smiling at the Finex seal that appeared under her, he began his chant. I command thee, Mirjan Strauss, on my name Naruto Finex. The red pawn pieces began to change color to a royal blue while floating downwards. You shall become my pawn and lead a new life as a devil. The now blue pawn pieces were sinking into her chest. You will lead a new life with great joy as a member of my peerage. The pieces sunk the rest of the way into her body. Mirjan's body suddenly glowed a translucent blue before returning to normal. Once the blue had faded, her demonic arm slowly transformed back into a human one. Smiling at the change, Mirjan knew that she had made the right choice. With that thought, she finally gave in to her exhaustion. Slowly waking up and feeling like she just got hit by a truck, Mirjan was shocked to find herself in what looked like a king-sized bed. The bed itself was covered by a silver blanket which appeared to be made out of expensive material. Looking around, she noticed that the room was very spacious and looked to be painted in a royal blue color. Suddenly, it all came back to her. Meeting 2 devils, becoming a pawn, and most importantly, her arm being cured. At the last thought, she quickly looked down at her once demonic arm and smiled in relief at seeing a normal arm again. Deciding she needed answers, Mirjan opened the door and started walking through a very elegant hallway. Immediately seeing what appeared to be a maid, Mirjan figured she'd ask her for directions to her king. "Excuse me, I don't suppose you could give me directions to Naruto Finex?" The maid smiled gently at the new devil. "I'm sorry to say that Naruto isn't here at the moment. Ryusuke Ramori requested an audience with him once he returned with you. Though Naruto did tell all of the servants to bring you to Revel once you were awake." Nodding at the maid, Mirjan was led to a dining room where she noticed that Revel appeared to be eating with her family. Seeing her brother's new pawn, Revel turned to address her parents. "Mom, Dad, may I be excused so I can show Mirjan around?" On seeing her parents nod, Revel got up and led Mirjan to an orange door that already had her name crafted on it. Seeing her curious look, Revel decided to answer what she assumed was her question. "It was made while you were asleep. As for the color, anyone that joins Naruto's peerage will have an orange door. Should you ever have any problems, our room is across from yours." Nodding at the explanation, Mirjan did notice a royal blue-colored door with the label Naruto in Revel's room. "Stay out." Turning back to Revel, who seemed to be waiting patiently for her, she decided to ask where their missing king was. "The maid told me that Naruto had a meeting with someone. What exactly is the meeting about?" Smiling at the older girl's curiosity, Revel answered. "I wouldn't know. We weren't given a reason and I was told to stay in case you were to wake up." Nodding slowly, Mirjan shrugged her shoulders. She was sure that Revel, being a part of the same peerage, could answer any questions. Being led down a large hallway, Naruto didn't help but wonder what Ryusuke wanted to talk about. Finally stopping at a door which Naruto would assume was their destination, he nodded to the servant and knocked. Upon hearing someone say enter, he opened the door and walked inside. Inside was what looked like a conference room with a long table and at least 20 seats spread out alongside it. At the head of the table sat Ryusuke looking decidedly nervous. Akeno was to her left and appeared more composed. Deciding to take the seat on Ryusuke's right, Naruto sat down and waited. He didn't have to wait for long. "I need you to help me break up this engagement." Surprised at how desperate she sounded, Naruto decided to find out the real problem. "I'm assuming that you either don't like my brother or this situation." "I don't like either. Your brother sees only my status and my body, and this arrangement also forces me to marry someone against my will. And what do you want me to do? If you haven't noticed, it's my brother's engagement. I can't just tell my parents to cancel the wedding." Growing annoyed at what could be her only way out slipping out of her hands, Ryusuke said, "Okay, listen. My parents won't listen to me. I've told them hundreds of times to end the engagement. The only way to end it is through your parents. If I go to my parents and ask them to end the engagement, will you be satisfied?" Practically beaming, Ryusuke nodded her head. "And what's your plan if they say no, which they will?" Sighing at the knowledge that might not be so easy, Ryusuke could only look down at the top. Wondering why she had to have her future stolen. "It's the only way to end the engagement. So please, ask your parents. I'll do what I can. But I won't make any promises. For what it's worth, even if you get married to Riser, I will protect you." Having said his piece, Naruto allowed himself to teleport back into his room in case his new servant was awake. Blushing at the thought of a boy protecting her, Ryusuke smiled at the spot where Naruto used to be. She wondered what exactly made Naruto so different from his brother but ultimately decided that she would find out. Seeing her king blush, Akeno couldn't help but have some fun. Bucho, they say the Finex family has the ability to regenerate from any injury. I wonder what it would be like to punish someone like that." Moaning slightly at the thought, Akeno couldn't help but wonder what she would give to have a sub like that. Ignoring her queen and the slight annoyance at Akeno for trying to get with Naruto, Ryusuke hoped that everything would work out. "So, what you're saying is that there are these things called rating games that we will eventually compete in." Smiling at the older girl, Revel nodded her head. It had been about 2 hours and Revel had taught Mirjan all the relevant information she would need to know as a devil and as a member of her brother's peerage. Seeing a servant approaching them, Revel decided to see what he had to say. "Lady Revel, your brother has requested you and Mirjan to meet him in the dining room." Nodding at the servant, Revel decided to go see what her brother needed. It did not take long for them to reach the dining room, and she saw her brother going over different kinds of data on a map with a place called Uzushio circled. Slightly confused, and deciding to find out how her brother's meeting went, Ravel asked, "Is there any particular reason you have that town circled? And what did Rias want?" "She wanted me to help her end the engagement. However, our parents refused." Figuring that would be the answer, Ravel could only shake her head at the naive girl's attempt to get out of the relationship. "So, am I correct in assuming that you have found a way for her to get out of it?" "Correct. The only way for her to get out of the marriage is for both the groom and the bride to want to end the marriage." "But, there's no way to get Riser to end the marriage." "That's true. However, I can challenge Riser for Rias' hand, and should I win we can end the marriage." Mirjan was genuinely surprised that our king was willing to go so far for some girl that he had apparently just met. She was also genuinely terrified by the demonic aura that Ravel was unleashing, no doubt caused by the thought of her brother marrying someone that wasn't her. She could tell that the girl had feelings for her brother, but decided that it wasn't her place to say anything. "So, how exactly do you plan on beating Riser?" "From what I've heard, he has a full peerage and you only have me and Ravel. I won't be able to challenge Riser until the engagement party anyway, since otherwise my parents can just make a new contract. I'm confident I can beat Riser, given a few years. However, I will need a full peerage if I want to be sure." Seeing where this was going, and slowly inching away from the demonic-looking Ravel, Mirjan could only nod at the plan. "So if we're increasing your peerage, would I be right in assuming that the circle on the map is our next target's location?" "Yes. I've been looking for the location of the Biju. I've been able to find out who the nine-tailed fox's container is. It's a girl named Kushina Uzumaki. She has the ability to make chains out of her body that can suppress anything they touch. The reports I've been able to gather say that she's the last of her family and has only tapped into her power once when she was trying to save her parents." Nodding at the explanation, Mirjan only had one thing to ask. "So, when do we leave?" "I will be leaving tomorrow morning. You, however, are a reincarnated devil. Due to this, you are unused to your new abilities and will not be going anywhere. While I am gone, Ravel will help you control your new power." Having said his piece, Naruto walked away to get ready for tomorrow. Glancing over at the girl that was supposed to train her and seeing that she was still glaring into space, Mirjan decided that she would be better off leaving her be. With that thought, she decided to go see when Yugito would be able to take her to visit her siblings. Glancing around and not seeing anyone, Ravel teleported away, intent on getting to the bottom of this issue. Rias was slowly walking through the backyard of her house, enjoying how peaceful it was. She had a very emotionally stressful day and had hoped that walking around might help her cool her head. Seeing someone walking towards her and de-identifying them as the sister of the boy who had offered to help her, Rias smiled slightly. She figured he must have gotten his parents to agree if he was sending a messenger this early. So it was a very unprepared Rias Grimori that had to quickly jump out of the way of a massive fireball lest she be burned to a crisp. Walking through the hallways, Naruto was surprised to see his father coming towards him. "Hey, Dad, you're not usually up this early. Do you need something?" Nodding at his son, Minato could only sigh. "Apparently, Lyxalon wants to meet me to discuss some changes to the marriage agreement between Riser and Rias. His reasoning is that due to an unforeseen development last night, he has decided that some changes could be made." "So what does that have to do with me?" "Hopefully, nothing. But, if it does, I want you to remember that I will give you the final say." Seeing his son nod, Minato ruffled his hair before teleporting away to his destination. Looking at the spot his father was, Naruto couldn't help but remember the discussion he had with his father yesterday. Flashback. "So, let me get this straight. You want me to help Rias break up the engagement?" Nodding at his son, Minato shrugged his shoulders. "Not help her. I want you to make her believe that you're helping her. Rias, whether she knows it or not, controls the influence of a Satan. We cannot afford to let that influence turn against us. In order to do that, I want you to challenge Riser for Rias' hand should it look like the engagement is falling apart. Doing this will ensure that Rias sees you as an ally and will allow our family to stay in good standing with a Satan." Nodding at the explanation, Naruto could see the point. However, he had a question. What should I do if the engagement looks stable? You will still challenge Riser. However, you will simply lose the battle. This will ensure that the engagement stands. Don't both families have to approve a challenge? Though, smiling at his son, Minato nodded his head. They do have to approve. However, you're forgetting just how much any pillar family would want your power as part of their bloodline. End flashback. Shaking off the memory, Naruto continued on his way to get something to eat. Hopefully, the nine-tailed container would be relatively easy to recruit. Brushing her daughter's hair, Venilana could only wonder exactly how Rias' hair got so knotted up. Would you like to tell me what happened, Rias? I can't help you if I don't know what the problem is. There's nothing to tell. One second I'm taking a peaceful walk and the next, I'm dodging fireballs and getting told to stay away from Naruto. Smiling gently at her daughter and making sure not to touch any of the burn marks. Venilana could only sigh wistfully. Oh, to be young again and fighting over the same boy. We are not fighting over him. Besides, even if we were, she wouldn't stand a chance. Giggling at her daughter, Venilana knew that this was the closest she would get to a confession. Going back to her task, she wondered what the future would hold for Rias. She may also be hoping for some blonde and red-headed grandchildren, but who could blame her? Kushina hadn't had a good day in years, not since her country was destroyed. She had only survived by using her ability to sense negative emotions. She had no idea how she had acquired that power. Her people were famous for their sealing techniques and no one ever had this ability. But, she had always been able to sense emotions. Recently, she had developed the ability to make chains made of an unknown quality from her body. These chains had the power to suppress anybody they touched, or so she was told. Unfortunately, this had caused a lot of people to notice her. All this led to the situation she currently found herself in. Blindfolded, exhausted, and being led by 4 people to God's knows where. She had tried to fight them off, but an 8-year-old girl can't do much against 4 obviously trained individuals. The only thing she could do was hope for someone to rescue her. She knew that the villagers didn't really like her. After all, she was an outsider. She had first come to this town with high hopes of having a new life and making friends. Her dreams had quickly come crashing down when her first day of school ended with her in a corner, crying after the other kids had mocked her about looking like a tomato thanks to her hair. Her hair had always been a sore subject for her. It had caused constant teasing, and she sometimes wished it had simply been a different color. Now, however, it was the only thing she had to leave a trail. Being a highly trained mercenary, Rado lived by 3 rules. The less you know, the better. If you're paid for a job, complete it no matter the cost, and morals will only hinder you. He had been hired by someone called I. The mission had been 3 other mercenaries and capture an 8-year-old girl. They had been able to capture her with relative ease and were currently behind her walking back to their destination. It had honestly been a simple mission, up until a fireball had come flying towards them. Jumping out of the way of what looked like a blue flamethrower, Rado ignoring his now dying team, choosing instead to turn his attention to the figure standing in between him and his mission. Quickly ducking under a kick, Rado swiftly retaliated with an upward thrust of his sword, ONLY to watch as his adversary smoothly shifted to dodge the strike. Not wanting his opponent to get too close, Rado jumped back and decided to access his situation. From the brief confrontation, he had been able to determine that while young, whoever this was, he was undeniably skilled. He, however, couldn't figure out where this person could have come from and why he was obviously protecting this girl. His confusion turned to shock upon seeing his opponent suddenly become surrounded by the same blue flames that had killed his team. Who exactly are you? Smiling slightly, the figure pulled down his hood to reveal the visage of Naruto Finex. You aren't worthy of the knowledge of my name. Now, perish under my flames. Less than a second after that was said, a dragon formed out of the flames and went soaring towards the mercenary. Unable to escape, Rado could only watch himself be swallowed by the attack. Naruto chose to ignore the dying man. Instead, he turned his attention to the girl he had rescued. Quickly noticing that she appeared to be close to collapsing, he gently scooped her up. Upon looking down at her, he was startled to see violet eyes staring back at him. Kushina, upon noticing that she was being picked up, had reflexively stiffened, only to relax a second later when she looked up into the eyes of her savior. Glancing around, Kushina noticed that the people that had captured her were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go and who are you? Smiling down at the girl, and carrying her away from the burning bodies, Naruto said. My name's Naruto Finex, and don't worry about those guys, they won't bother you again. But how did you find me? No one else could. Using one arm to hold the girl, Naruto moved a strand of her hair away from her eyes. It's hard not to notice such beautiful hair. Once I noticed it, I simply followed the trail you left and found you. Looking up at the boy that had saved her from her fate, Kushina felt her eyes start to tear up. Giving her savior one last watery smile, she allowed her exhaustion to catch up with her and fell asleep. Seated across from his friend, Minato had a good idea what Lyxelon planned to discuss during their meeting. It was no surprise, really, considering last night's scuffle between both their daughters and his youngest son's powers maturing at an abnormally fast rate. I'm going to assume you have called a meeting to discuss the fight between our daughters. Nodding at his friend's reasoning, Lyxelon decided to start their meeting. That was not the reason I called you here. It simply allowed me to do so without anyone questioning it. So, what exactly did you call me here for? It has become known throughout the underworld that your son possesses the power to command blue fire, as I'm sure you're aware. My daughter, likewise, has the ability to use the Bale's power of destruction. I feel it's in both of our families' interests if we merge these two bloodlines. Figuring that this was the point of the meeting, Minato decided to be blunt. And why should I allow the power that Naruto wields to leave the family? He contract already states that Rias will be married to Riser. So, I would gain nothing while I stand to lose a lot. The other thing is, you're assuming I would need your daughter to marry Naruto. If I want the power of destruction to be a part of my family. Angered by Minato's casual dismissal of his plan, Lyxelon said. Rias has inherited the power of destruction from the Bale clan, and we both know it would be a major boon to any family to have that bloodline in their family. Smiling at his friend, Minato decided to show his friend exactly what he thought of his plan. You were failing to account for a lot of things. If all I needed was the power of destruction, I could just arrange a contract with the Bale family. I don't actually need Rias for that. My family also already has our regenerative powers as well as our control over both wind and fire. With Naruto's bloodline joining the rest, we don't have a problem getting recognition as it is. Seeing that his friend wouldn't budge, Lyxelon decided to end the meeting. I understand and do not fault you, however, know that the offer will always stand. Nodding once more at his friend, Minato excused himself and left the room. Mirjan was happily walking through the forest, having just visited her siblings. She had been given the right to visit her siblings this morning after her king had found out that Ravel wouldn't be able to help her due to her mother punishing her for her actions yesterday. It wasn't like Mirjan blamed Ravel, even she would admit that their king was definitely Somio. Nay, that would make a great husband one day. Her siblings had informed her that they, unfortunately, would not be staying in the area for long. They had instead decided to venture off and locate a guild to call home. Mirjan had not been happy but ultimately agreed after they promised to stay in contact. So, it was a cheerful Mirjan that stumbled upon a young girl who was crying. The girl appeared to only be 5 years old. She had dark blue hair and brown eyes. She was currently talking to herself. At this rate, I'll never find Grandini. Practically feeling her heart break at the sight, Mirjan decided to see if she could be of any help. Walking up to the girl and sitting down next to her, Mirjan said, "Hey, I'm sure you'll find whoever you're looking for." Looking up at the white-haired girl, Wendy only shook her head. "No, I won't. Grandini left me and now I'll be all alone and have nowhere to go." Wrapping an arm around the young girl, Mirjan smiled. "I'm sure whoever Grandini is will eventually return, and if you really need a place to stay, you can come with me." Looking up at the older girl, Wendy could only offer a watery smile. "But, you don't even know me. Why would you help me?" Hearing the question, Mirjan looked up at the horizon. She remembered all the nights she spent wondering why her parents had to die, why she was the one left to take care of her siblings, and why she had felt so alone. Looking back over at the young girl, she said, "It's because you remind me of myself and that's why I want to help you." Looking down at the ground, Wendy mumbled something. Unable to hear her, Mirjan leaned in closer. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What did you say?" Mustering up her courage, Wendy looked up into the older girl's eyes. "My name is Wendy Marvel." Smiling at the girl, Mirjan said, "Well, it's nice to meet you, Wendy. My name is Mirjan Strauss, but just call me Mira. Now, why don't we get you someplace where you can sleep? You look exhausted." Nodding at the older girl, Wendy let herself be led away. "So Mira, do you live alone?" Mirjan shook her head at the question. "I used to live with my siblings, but now, I live with my master and his family." "Oh, you're sure he won't mind me staying with you?" Eagerly nodding her head, Mirjan said. "Of course, I'm sure he will be okay with it. I am not okay with this." Mirjan could only frown at her king, wondering how exactly is she going to make this work. "I couldn't just leave her there. She's only a little girl. Couldn't she just stay with us for a little while?" Naruto could only sigh at his pawn. It wasn't like he didn't want to help the girl. However, Devil Familia couldn't exactly take in humans unless they were planning on having them join their peerage. "Look, I don't think you realize this, but we're currently in the underworld. Humans aren't exactly supposed to be down here if you haven't realized. Well, I can't just tell her to leave. She has nowhere to go." Frowning at the girl, Naruto held up 3 fingers. 3 years and not a day longer. She will be your responsibility and you will be punished for any trouble she gets in. Beaming at her king, Mirjan nodded her head. "Thank you. I promise you that you won't regret this. We will need a story to tell everyone. Though, humans are seldom allowed in the underworld, as I said. So, for now, we'll just say that she is a future member of my peerage that will be joining us in a couple years." Understanding her king's reasoning, Mirjan gave a brief nod and left to check up on her new charge. It was a very disgruntled Revel that was walking down the hallway. Shish, he had not known that her mother could be such a slave driver. But then again, she was a devil. As far as she was concerned, it had been entirely worth it, just to see the terrified look on Ria's face. Smiling slightly at the memory, Revel couldn't help but remember exactly how she had earned her punishment. Flashback. Revel couldn't ever remember being this angry. How dare that girl that she could manipulate her brother into marrying her. She didn't care who you were, nobody took her twin away from her. It was with this mindset that she teleported to the Grimoria state just to teach this girl exactly what happens when you mess with her family. Upon seeing the cause of her ire, Revel had thrown a fireball and was delighted in how quickly the girl had jumped away from the attack. Deciding to press her advantage, she formed flames in both her hands and threw them in the spot where she knew the girl would land. Taking smug satisfaction at watching the now slightly burned girl barely escape, Revel was unsurprised to see her looking at her in confusion. "Let me be very clear. Try to take Naruto away from me, and I will roast you." Having said her piece, Revel threw one more fireball. Swiftly turning around, she teleported away, hopefully not attracting any attention. Flashback end. She had, of course, not taken into account the cameras posted around the estate and had therefore been caught. Her mother had swiftly decided to punish her for the rest of the day once she had heard about the incident from her father. She, however, knew that there was no way Rias Grimori would try to take her brother away for at least the foreseeable future. Rounding a corner, and seeing a redhead walking in the opposite direction, Revel felt her temper get the best of her. It would seem that Rias would need another lesson in why it was unwise to cross her. Swiftly conjuring a fireball and throwing it down the hallway, Revel took smug satisfaction in hearing Rias jump out of the way. Well, she did until she heard a shout of "What the hell, Datbane?" followed by a slew of curses. Upon realizing that the person she had attacked was not, in fact, Rias Grimori, Revel decided that retreating was her only option. Swiftly teleporting away, Revel hoped that her mother would not find out and decide to punish her again. 2-year time skip. Sitting next to one of his pawns, Naruto tried to understand the complex formulae she was making. However, most of it was above anything he could understand. What exactly does that circle there do? Looking to where she assumed her king was looking, Kushina could only sigh. We've been over this. That's what ties the time-space sequence together. You know, at this rate, there's no way you're going to learn the technique in time. Smiling at his pawn, Naruto said, I don't need to learn the entire technique in time. I simply have to learn the marking mechanism of the technique. That's understandable, but I still don't get why you are even creating this technique. You're already able to transport yourself. Why do you need to do it faster? If I can transport myself faster, then I can use it in battle. The capabilities are endless. It also will be very useful during any future raiding games. Nodding at her king, Kushina couldn't help but ask, why are you so determined to learn it before you're 14 anyway? Gaining a determined look, Naruto said, my peerage may have 3 members. However, I still need more. I'm going to need any edge I can get against Riser. So what's the plan? Teleport around the place to recruit people? Smiling at how naive his pawn could be, Naruto shook his head. No, I'm going after a specific group of people. And who is this group that you're going after? Yokai. And the easiest place to find them is the Yokai Academy, where we will be going. Kushina had been in the midst of nodding when she realized exactly what her king was saying. No, evidently, Kushina was not a fan of school. Jumping up, Kushina barely dodged the blast of wind that had been aimed at her. Quickly lashing out with a chain, she was unsurprised to see her opponent dodge it. She, however, was surprised to see her opponent grab the chain and pull it. Flying through the air and unable to escape the hold her opponent had on the chain. She was only able to brace herself for the attack that she knew was coming. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she opened her eyes to see a fist directly in front of her face. She quickly relaxed once she saw that she was safe, only to be unprepared for the fist that pounded on the top of her head. Looking up at the assailant and gingerly holding her head, Kushina felt a bump forming. Next time, don't put all of your stock into a single move, especially knowing that your opponent can use it against you. Nodding, Kushina looked up at her assailant and said, I understand, but that doesn't mean you have to hit me. What kind of king abuses his peerage? Having said her piece, Kushina turned away with a huff. Ah, don't start pouting like that, Kushina. You know that I care for all of you guys. You're my family. Noticing that she was still refusing to look at him, Naruto decided to pull out his trump card. You know, it's a shame that you're so upset. I was going to take you out for ramen, but if you don't want to go, I'll understand. Walking away and counting down from 3, Naruto was unsurprised feel someone tackle him once he reached 2. Really, can we get ramen at Ichiraku's, Datbane? Sighing at the girl's love of anything ramen, Naruto nodded his head and was promptly dragged away. Walking next to her brother's pawn. Well, the pawn that she actually liked, Ravel smiled at the older girl. So, how was your last visit with your siblings? Beaming at her queen, Mirjan said, it was awesome. It's only too bad that Wendy couldn't come. I know she would have loved to hang out with Listener again. Nodding at the pawn, Ravel knew how Wendy looked up to Mirjan as an older sister, and by proxy, her siblings as older siblings as well. It couldn't be helped. She's on an important mission for our king. I still don't understand why Naruto asked Wendy to take the mission right after she joined his peerage. It was true. After Naruto had turned Wendy into his bishop, he had immediately sent her on an important mission. Currently, Naruto plans to take me and the tomato with him to the Yokai Academy. However, the only way to actually get into the school is to be invited. Casually ignoring Ravel's nickname for her fellow pawn, Mirjan nodded her head at her queen's words. Even if I can understand the reasoning, it doesn't mean that I have to like it. Understanding the girl's worry, Ravel pulled her into a quick hug. It's okay. Our king knows what he's doing. I'm sure Wendy will be perfectly safe. A young girl ran as fast as her legs could carry her, hoping to make it in time. Seeing a corner and knowing that she was running out of time, she whispered Vernier. Upon feeling the spell take hold, the girl was happy to see her destination in sight. With a smile on her face, she quickly reached for the door, only to hear a bell go off before she could turn the knob. Bracing herself for what was in store, she quickly opened the door and tried to slide into her seat unnoticed. Wendy Marvell, this is your third time being late. I expect better from you, young lady. It would seem like she still had to work on her stealth. Mumbling a quick sorry, ma'am, Wendy took her assigned seat smiling at the girl sitting next to her. Upon seeing her friend once again running late, the girl could only sigh. I swear Wendy, it's only your first week. Why are you always late? Scratching the back of her head, a habit that she had picked up from Kushina, Wendy could only shrug. I'm not the best with waking up in the morning. Not all of us love getting up as early as you, Kuno. Giving her furry, her best impression of a vulpine grin, Kuno said. Well, if I didn't get up so early, I wouldn't be able to see the sunrise, and I love all the pretty colors. Ms. Marvell and Ms. Izanami, finish your conversation on your own time. Right now, I want you both to focus on what I am teaching. Blushing bright red, both girls lowered their heads and mumbled a yes, ma'am. Still looking down, Wendy couldn't help but remember how she had gotten assigned this mission in the first place. Flashback X. Having felt like she was just run over by a truck, Wendy groggily opened her eyes. Looking around her room, she was surprised to see her new king leaning against the wall. Did you need anything, sir? Smiling at his new bishop, Naruto shook his head. Wendy, I may be your king, but I'm still your friend. So, just call me Naruto. Nodding at his words, Wendy could only smile. I knew I made the right decision trusting you. Walking over to the girl, Naruto slightly ruffled her hair. I know you just woke up. However, I have a mission that only you can complete, Wendy. Looking up in surprise at hearing her king say that she was the only one that could complete this mission. Wendy nodded her head. What is the mission you want me to complete, Naruto? Handing her a uniform and enjoying her confused look at the clothes, Naruto said. It's quite simple. As you know, I need to gain more members for my peerage. My best bet is to recruit different groups of Yukai due to their unique powers. In order to have free reign in choosing them, I would need to go to the Yukai Academy. What you may not know is that you need to be invited to Yukai Academy in order to attend. Wendy still didn't understand how this could relate to her, though. So how exactly do you get invited? And how does this relate to me? Patting her head, Naruto responded. Well, you see, the only people that can invite people to the Yukai Academy are the leaders of the different Yukai factions. There just so happens to be a Yukai that attends the school you will be enrolling to, whose mother leads the faction in Kyoto. Your mission is to get the girl to agree to have a meeting with me. Looking down at the uniform that she was going to have to wear, Wendy could only wonder if she was really qualified for this task. Flashback end. Deciding to worry about the details of her mission later, Wendy went back to listening to her teacher. Watching in horror, the patrons of the stand couldn't believe just how much ramen this little redhead could eat. Looking around and seeing everyone's reaction to his pawn's eating habits, Naruto could only chuckle. Looking up from what was her seventh bowl, Kushina tilted her head trying to figure out why her king was laughing at her. Upon seeing his pawn tilt her head while simultaneously trying to slurp up a noodle of ramen that was hanging from her mouth, Naruto promptly fell off his stool laughing. Thinking that he was laughing at her, Kushina's face promptly matched her hair. Hey, don't laugh at me. Don't you know it's rude to laugh at a lady? Wisely ignoring the I am pulse to ask her what kind of lady eats her own weight in ramen, Naruto could only chuckle. I'm sorry, but you're just so cute that I can't help but laugh when you do funny things. Blushing even more, Kushina began twirling her hair in order to hide just how nervous she was. Idiot, don't say those type of things. You're going to give me the wrong idea. Looking up in confusion at her words, Naruto said. I don't get what you mean. I'm just being honest. I really am a lucky guy to have such a cute girl in my peerage. Looking around and seeing everyone glancing knowingly at her, Kushina held her hands up to her face hoping no one would see her blushing face, or the tiny smile that she was wearing. Laying down in his bed, Naruto was currently trying to pass out for the night, only to be woken up by the soft knocking at his door. Grumbling about people not knowing how much beauty sleep he needed in order to get through his day, Naruto flung his door open. Poof! Distantly realizing that his head was on fire, Naruto chose to instead focus on the girl that had decided to come into his room at this time of night. Wearing what looked like the cutest pair of princess pajamas that Naruto had ever seen, and looking as nervous as she had ever been, stood Naruto's younger sister, Revel. Upon seeing her brother looking at her and watching his head catch fire, Revel could only giggle. It's nice to see that happen to someone besides me for a change. I hope you don't mind, but it's really dark in my room, and I was hoping to stay with you for the night. Smiling at his sister and finally getting his blush under control, Naruto held the door open in order to let her in. It's fine with me. You don't have to be nervous, Revel. We're twins and it's my job to protect you. Walking past her and getting back into the bed, Naruto nearly laughed at how nervous Revel looked. Deciding to take pity on his sister, Naruto moved to the farther side of the bed while holding up the covers of his bed. Nervously, Revel crawled into the bed with her brother and shifted until she was laying with her head on his chest. Letting her brother's heartbeat lull her into sleep, Revel couldn't help but wish to stay like this forever. Waking up softly and seeing no one around, Revel was understandably disappointed. She, however, was happy to realize that last night wasn't just a dream. Deciding to go get breakfast while it was still warm, Revel left her brother's room and started walking down the hallway. She had just crossed a corner and she noticed her least favorite person turning in the same direction as her. I'm surprised you're up this early. I assumed that a tomato like you would choose to sleep in. Feeling her temper rise at the bar but her looks, Kushina decided to get revenge. That's pretty big talk for Yakitori. Tomato. Yakitori. Shorty. Who are you calling shorty? You're shorter than me. Humph. That's beside the point. And how is that beside the point? You're just upset that I called you on it. That's big talk from a tomboy like you. Better a tomboy than a little princess. Quickly having enough of the other girl, Revel turned away from her. I'm going to ignore you. There's no reason for me to allow you to ruin my morning. Walking away from the fuming redhead, Revel didn't help the smug smile that formed on her face. Jumping away from another destroyed tree, Naruto couldn't help but look down at his arm. His once perfect arm now had burn marks running down it. These marks, however, told just how powerful his new attack was. Deciding to try once more, Naruto focused all of his power into his right arm and was rewarded with blue flames surrounding the appendage. Condensing the flames into only his hand, as well as raising the temperature of the flames, Naruto leapt one more time at a tree and thrust his hand against it. Pulling his arm out of the now destroyed tree, Naruto allowed himself to collapse and smiled at his new technique. Looking at his friend, Minato could only sigh. I know what she did was wrong, but surely a whole race does. NT deserved to die for one person's mistake. Lyxalon could only frown at his friend. I don't agree with it either. I'm simply informing you that any Nekosho or Nekomata that isn't a part of a peerage now has a kill on sight order. Has there been any news that could explain why she did it? Shaking his head, Lyxalon could only sigh. All we have been able to gather is what her sister has told us. She went insane through the power of Senjutsu and slaughtered her king. Looking distinctly uncomfortable, Minato said, we both know that's most likely a cover-up of some kind. Especially considering the reputation the members of that family have towards the way they treat their peerage. Nodding at Minato's assessment, Lyxalon said, I figured the same thing. Sir Zek's rescued the sister right before she was to be executed. Now, she is one of my daughter's rooks. I understand both what you're saying and what you're not saying. Having said his piece, Minato teleported away. Mirjan had been shocked when she found the state her king was in. I swear, what could have been so important that you needed to put yourself in this condition? Smiling at his pawn, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the annoyed look she was giving him. I have to be strong enough to protect all of you. With this, I'll be one step closer. Shaking her head at her stubborn king, Mirjan could only wonder why he constantly felt the need to carry everyone's troubles by himself. Idiot, we're here for you. You don't have to do it all on your own. Seeing him nodding at her words, Mirjan flashed him a smile. Sue, have you decided on a name for your new technique? Nodding his head, Naruto said, yeah, it's called Vikirai, though it's still imperfect. I can currently use it only thrice before the damage to my arm becomes too great. I need to find a way to control the fire better, so it doesn't end up injuring me as well. Well, I have faith that you'll be able to complete this new technique. Smiling at his pawn, Naruto hoped her faith wasn't unfounded and that he could actually live up to her words. Having just gotten home, Minato found his wife patiently waiting for him. You really didn't have to wait for me, honey. The meeting with Lyxelon went slightly longer than I expected. Nodding at her husband, Raven could only sigh. Did you know that Naruto had been working on a new technique? Smiling at his wife, Minato said, are you talking about him trying to reproduce my Hiraishin? Because if you are, I had assumed you knew about that. Raven simply shook her head. No, while that is impressive, and I have no doubt that most of his progress is thanks to his pawn, I'm talking about a different technique. I just received a report that Naruto is currently resting thanks to burn marks on his arm caused by his own flames. Minato nodded at the new information. It must be quite a technique if it can burn even a member of our clan. Especially one who's able to command the blue flames. Raven simply smiled. It would seem like her son would become a genius just like his father. Exactly. I'm starting to believe he just might become a Satan one of these days. Nodding at his wife, Minato said, if anyone can do it, I have no doubt that it will be Naruto. Wendy was having an amazing day. First, she and Kuno had gone to the playground and played for a couple of hours. They had to eventually stop when Mirjan had come to pick her up and had offered to treat the two to ice cream. Now, Wendy sat eating her ice cream while listening to Kuno telling Mirjan all about their day. It was one of these moments that Wendy felt like she really belonged somewhere. She knew she was an orphan, and that Grandini wasn't her actual mother. It didn't mean she would ever stop searching for Grandini. However, she was content where she was. This was her family. Looking out of the window, Wendy was surprised to see what looked like two girls dressed up in cat suits standing across the street. Watching a bus pass by their location and not seeing them anymore, decided she must just be seeing things and went back to her ice cream. Around a statue stood 10 figures, each wearing what looked like cloaks with red clouds adorning them. The figure to the immediate right said, the reports have been able to locate the one-tailed container and the four-tailed container. Nodding at what he heard, the figure in the middle spoke next. We have also got reports from our sources saying that the nine-tailed container is currently attached to the key to our plan. The figure standing to the left of the last figure spoke, we will continue to observe our targets for now. We will not be ready to commence our operation for a good number of years still. Hearing the last figure talk, the rest faded away revealing that they were never there, except for the one to the last figure's right. Turning around they both walked back into the darkness surrounding the statue. Currently, we find Naruto and his peerage standing in front of his mother. Mom, what did you want to see us for? Smiling at her son, Raven said, well, Naruto, now that both you and Revel are 10 years old, I figured it was about time I took you to the familiar forest. Of course, your peerage gets to come with you. Following his mother to what looked like a giant forest, Naruto was surprised to see her looking up into one of the trees. Following her gaze, he saw what might have been the creepiest thing he'd ever seen in his life. Standing on top of a branch was a man. He looked like a grown-up version of Ash Ketchum from that show he and Revel used to watch. He wore a baseball cap that was worn backwards, allowing his red hair to be seen. His clothes weren't that much better. He wore a white sleeveless shirt and a pair of jeans that looked like they were falling apart. Gotta catch 'em all, he shouted. Oh God, he knew what was going to haunt his nightmares for the foreseeable future. Raven couldn't help but laugh at the look her son in his peerage was giving the familiar master. It reminded her of when she was young and had had that same expression. It left her wondering what her familiar was doing currently. She had gotten a Finex as a familiar. Granted, practically everyone in her family had obtained the same familiar. The only exceptions had been Minato's Toads and Ren's Undine. Ren still claimed that Undine had been a great idea due to their healing powers and their ability to control their family's greatest weakness. Looking at the rest of her brother's peerage, and trying to block out the images of this man lest she throws up, Revel decided to ask who she assumed was the acclaimed familiar master. Excuse me, sir. I'm assuming that you're the familiar master. I was wondering exactly, what types of familiars reside in this forest? Smiling at the little girl and puffing his chest out, the familiar master replied. Yes, I the great Zatoji, am the master of this forest. I can help you get any familiar. From the smallest pixie to the biggest dragon. Luckily, the full moon has just risen and we have plenty of time to get you all familiars. Seeing them nod at him, Zatoji hopped down from his branch and motioned them to follow him. Looking around and moving closer to Mirjan, Wendy was trying not to allow her nervousness at every noise to show. There aren't any scary creatures in here, are there? Seeing Wendy so terrified, Mirjan gently took her hand. It's okay, Wendy. I'm sure we can handle anything that comes our way. After all, we have Naruto and Lady Finex here with us. I promise you there's nothing to worry about. Apparently not realizing how frightened the young girl was, Kushina said, I hope there is something totally cool. Oh, are there any dragons in here? I'd love to get one of those as my familiar. Ravel couldn't believe just how stupid that girl could be. You do realize that there's no way we would be able to fight a dragon as we are. Let alone make it a familiar. Do you ever use your brain? Knowing what would happen should Kushina respond to the barb, Naruto decided to end the argument before it even started. Ravel, don't mock Kushina's intelligence. I know she sometimes says things without thinking, but we both know how smart she can be when it's needed. Kushina, please think before you say things like that. I for one, would rather not have to fight a dragon just because you wanted to make one your familiar. Seeing both girls blushing at being called out on their actions, Mirjan nodded. Wendy looking like she wanted to ask something. Wendy, if you're curious about something, you can ask. I promise none of us will make fun of you if that's what you're worried about. Looking around and seeing everyone nodding at her, Wendy steeled herself and didn't dare let herself hope too much. Is there a dragon named Grandini in here? Kushina said that there could be dragons and I've been looking for Grandini since I was 5 and was hoping you might know where she is. Shaking his head sadly at the girl, Zatoji said, sorry little lady, there aren't any dragons with that name that live here. There is a dragon that might know. However, she'd sooner bite your head off than tell you anything. Upon seeing the little girl's gaze drop, Zatoji decided to get their attention off of dragons. Besides, there are plenty of helpful familiars in this forest. Seeing what he was looking for, he pointed to a group of undines who were bathing in a creek. Take an undine for example. They may not be that attractive, but they have amazing healing abilities and an impressive control over water. Perking up at remembering she would still get a new friend, and banishing thoughts of her dragon mother. Wendy turned to Zatoji. Are there any creatures in here that are good at traveling? I get really bad motion sickness sometimes. Thinking of what kind of familiar would be good at both transportation as well as work well with the girl, Zatoji rubbed his chin. He supposed Pegasi wouldn't work since they tended to like those with confidence. She was also a devil, so that would make her unable to bond with a unicorn. He supposed that he could take her to meet the newest creature to join his forest. After all, they seemed compatible. Nodding his head at the idea, he led them to what looked like a white cat that had some kind of wings attached to it. The odd thing was that it was wearing a green shirt and blue pants, with a green ribbon attached to its tail. Her name's Carla. I've been able to gather that she's what's known as an exceed, which basically makes her a talking cat that can fly. Nodding at the man and approaching the exceed that was currently staring at her with curiosity, Wendy held out her hand smiling at the exceed. Hi, my name's Wendy. It's nice to meet you. Would you like to be partners? Looking at the girl that had approached her, Carla nodded slowly. And why exactly should I be your partner? You don't look like much. Lowering her head at the blunt dismissal of her, Wendy slowly shook her head. I used to think the same thing. But then I met these guys, and I realized that even if I couldn't do something, they would help me. I know I'm not that strong right now, but I promise you that if you become my familiar, you won't regret it. Nodding at the girl and holding up her hand, Carla said, well, if we're going to be partners, I expect you to keep that promise. Nodding at the exceed, Wendy grasped the hand and shook it. She knew she might not be the strongest, but one day, she could be. Seeing one of her charges getting their familiar, Raven turned to the rest of the group. Okay, now that Wendy has hers, Does anybody else know anything they're looking for in their familiars? Seeing the others hadn't responded, Mirjan decided she might as well go next. Are there any familiars that would be able to transport messages across long distances? Nodding at his pawn, Naruto had figured she'd want something that would make communicating with her siblings easier. He watched as the still creepy man began to mutter about different creatures he knew, from something called a sprite dragon, to a brownie, whatever that was. He was, however, happy to note the smile on his bishop's face. Something she has been doing a lot more these days. He still remembered the conversation he once had with her concerning that smile. Flashback X. Sighing at his pawn's insistence on bringing a human girl into his home, Naruto could only shake his head. He'd been going out on a giant limb by allowing her to stay, something he had no doubt he would be hearing about from his parents. It would have been so easy to say no, but he just couldn't do it. She obviously had no other option, and he couldn't have Mirjan resent him, not when she was practically bound to him for life. Walking down a corridor, Naruto was surprised to see the girl in question looking lost. Deciding he couldn't just avoid her now that he was stuck with her for the foreseeable future, he decided to see if he could be of any help. "Hi, my name's Naruto Finex. I'm assuming you're Wendy. Mirjan told me about you." Looking up at the boy and distantly realizing that this was Mirjan's apparent master, Wendy bowed. "Hi, my name's Wendy and I wanted to thank you for allowing me to stay here. I promise I won't do anything to upset anybody." Looking at the girl bowing to him and remembering how much he hated all of that formal stuff, Naruto shook his head. "Listen, you don't have to bow to me. Mirjan has already promised to look after you and keep you out of trouble. And I trust my pawn." Smiling at the boy, Wendy shook her head. "I'm sorry. Grandini always told me that it was polite to bow to those that help you out." Upon realizing that she had mentioned her dragon mother, Wendy couldn't help the frown that she made. Seeing the cute little girl frown, Naruto motioned to the end of the hallway. "I'm assuming you're looking for Mirjan. If you are, she's down the hall, in the dining room. You can't miss it." Smiling at the help, Wendy turned around and started walking in the other direction. She was forced to stop, however, when she felt someone lay a hand on her shoulder. Turning back around, she saw Naruto giving her a very serious look. "I don't know what happened to you in your past, and frankly, it doesn't matter. I just want to let you know that you have Mirjan now, and you have me." Upon seeing the girl give him a shaky nod, Naruto leaned back and used one hand to scratch the top of his head. "Just promise me you'll try to smile more. It's not good to be frowning all the time." Nodding her head, Wendy said, "I promise, and thanks again for the directions." Before promptly sprinting off towards the dining room. Watching the girl go, Naruto could only shake his head before deciding to go find his queen for some more training. Flashback end. Shaking his head at the memory, Naruto was surprised to feel something tugging at his pants. Looking down, he was surprised to see what looked like a black and white kitten looking up at him. The cat was predominantly white with black stripes going down its back. It looked to be no more than a couple of months old and had bright hazel eyes. Picking it up and putting it in front of his face, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle when he felt it softly lick his cheek. Stopping his monologue of all the different creatures that were good messengers, Zatoji was surprised to see one of the young devils holding what looked like a white tiger cub. It was very rare to see one of them approach anybody, especially with how picky they could be on who they allowed to be their master. "Well, my boy, it looks like that little tiger has taken a liking to you. They're excellent battle partners as well as guards. They've also shown to be incredibly loyal to those they choose. However, looking at how young that one is, it won't be able to do much besides delivering messages for the foreseeable future." Nodding at Zatoji while looking at the apparent tiger cub in his arms, Naruto smiled when he heard it meow at him. "So, how do I tell if it's a boy or a girl?" Smiling at the boy, Zatoji answered, "Well, normally I'd say to just check it, but judging from the way its markings look, I can tell it's a girl. I'm assuming you're going to pick her as your familiar." Confused, Naruto said, "I didn't realize I was able to. I assumed her parents wouldn't want me taking her." Shaking his head, Zatoji replied, "Actually, You can sense there's no way her parents would have ever let her get close to you. We can safely assume they're not around anymore. Looking down at the happy-looking cub, Naruto nodded his head. Well girl, it looks like we're going to be partners. I hope you don't mind me giving you a name. Seeing the tiger looking up at him, Naruto continued, you definitely are a cute little cub. How about Kiera? Hearing a meow in response, Naruto smiled. Well, it looks like I found my familiar. Looking up, he was surprised to see Kushina in front of him with stars in her eyes. She's so cute. I'm so jealous that you got such a cute familiar. Getting a meow in response from the cub, Kushina couldn't help but start petting the little animal. Hearing a satisfied noise in response, she decided she'd definitely have to get something that was as cute as this little girl. Raven could only shake her head in disbelief at her son. No one in their fam. Ailey had ever gotten a feline as a familiar, but she supposed her son did have a knack for the unpredictable. Glancing down at her daughter who appeared to be smiling at her brother's accomplishment, Raven said. So Ravel, I don't suppose you have a specific familiar you would like to have. Looking up at her mother, Ravel could only shrug. Not really. I know I want a bird of some kind, but I don't want to just have a phoenix. Like most of our family, I want to be like Naruto and walk my own path. Looking down at her daughter with the unmistakable feeling of pride, Raven nodded her head. With that mindset, I'm sure you'll go far, Ravel. Just be sure not to let anyone else steal what's important to you. Giving her daughter a wink as she said the last part, Raven turned to Zatoji, who appeared to be finishing up a conversation with Mirjan. I don't suppose you have been able to figure out a familiar that would suit Mirjan. Looking up at Raven, Zatoji nodded. From what Mirjan has told me, she wishes for a messenger-type familiar that is capable of observation and is relatively small. And what creature matches that description? Well, the only one that matches that description, and would be compatible, would be a pixie, and luckily they're not that far from here. We just need to pass through the Pegasi that lives around them. Nodding at his words, Raven followed Zatoji to a giant pasture that was full of different kinds of Pegasus. They looked exactly like a regular horse, just with the added addition of wings attached to their backs. Seeing the odd looks the group was giving the Pegasi, Zatoji asked, while we're here, do any of you wish to have a Pegasus as a familiar? They are wonderful for travel and have been known to be wonderful support in air battles. Looking at all of the Pegasi, Kushina nodded her head. I'd like one. Is there any specific way to pick one? Nodding at the girl, Zatoji said, no, just decide which one you'd like to have and simply approach them and hold out your hand. If they put their head against it, then you can have them, and if they don't, then you'll have to try again. Nodding at the man, Kushina looked around the field until she saw a pure white Pegasus that seemed to be getting a drink further away from the rest. Steeling herself, Kushina slowly approached that one, and wasn't surprised to see it watching her every move the closer she got. Remembering what Zatoji told her to do, Kushina held out her arm, while also closing her eyes when she was close enough to the Pegasus. At first, she felt nothing and had assumed that maybe she just wouldn't be getting a familiar today, but she eventually felt something nudging her hand. Opening her eyes, Kushina was surprised to see the Pegasus looking at her and giving her a nod. Overcome with happiness, Kushina wrapped her arms around her new familiar's neck and rubbed along its back. Seeing that the girl had picked her familiar, Zatoji nodded his head. Now, since it might be tedious to bring her away from her pack, why don't you make the contract now? Your two friends can also make their contracts too while we're doing it. Nodding at the man, Naruto and Wendy placed Carla and Kiera on the ground next to the Pegasus and walked a couple feet away from them. Going over to her king, Kushina stood next to him, and they all looked at their familiars. 3 orange seals suddenly appeared underneath the creatures. I Naruto Finex bind thee to me. I Kushina Uzumaki bind thee to me. I Wendy Marvell bind thee to me. The seals all glowed brightly as each one disappeared, only to reappear on each creature's back before fading away. Grinning at their familiars, Naruto and Wendy quickly scooped theirs back up while Kushina promised to summon hers whenever she got the chance. Walking away from the Pegasus, the group was surprised to see a giant tree with what looked like hundreds of lights floating around it. Smiling at the group's looks, Zatoji motioned to the tree. Welcome to the great tree, home to all of the pixies in this forest. Waking up to the man, Mirjan asked, "Exactly how am I supposed to pick from all of these pixies?" "Well, we simply call down the pixie elder. He will ask you a couple of questions, and your answers will decide who you get assigned as a familiar." No sooner had he said that did an elderly pixie float down to the group. He had graying hair that went down to his shoulders and looked to be in his 70s. He seemed to be wearing some sort of green robes, with blue stripes going down both sides. Looking up at the group, the pixie smiled at Zatoji. "Am I to assume that you have come here to ask for one of my people to become a familiar?" Nodding at the pixie, Zatoji motioned Mirjan to come forward. This young girl wishes to make a contract with a pixie mostly for the purpose of delivering messages. Smiling at the girl, the elder motioned at the tree. "As I'm sure you understand, I take the safety of my people very seriously. I, therefore, won't give anybody who would do them harm the ability to summon them." Seeing the girl nod at his words, the elder said, "That being said, Zatoji would not have brought you here if he believed you would do anything to harm any of them. So, if you are ready, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions to determine which pixie would suit you best." Looking back at the group and seeing everybody nod at her, Mirjan stepped forward. "I'm ready to answer any question you put forth, and I promise that I will not intentionally put any of your people in harm's way." "Very well. Then, your first question. What type of pixie do you require?" Many specialize in different things, whether that be espionage or simply giving out messages. Smiling at the man, Mirjan said, "I primarily wish to have a pixie that is able to deliver me SSHs over long distances as well as is somewhat capable at spying should I require it. As I'm sure you are aware, like people, pixies each have their own personality and therefore are more compatible with those that have a similar personality. What personality would you want your familiar to have?" "I would describe myself as a caring individual who simply wishes for those I care about to be happy." "A very good answer. Now, I simply wish to know one last thing. How often would you be summoning the pixie that will be chosen as your familiar?" "It will most likely be about once a week, depending on who I need to send the messages to." Smiling at the young girl, the elder turned around and floated back up to the tree. He returned a moment later with a young female pixie. She seemed to have golden blonde hair held up in two pigtails and was wearing a pink dress that went down just past her knees. Motioning to the girl, the elder introduced her. "This is Serena. He is only around 16 and is one of our younger pixies, though she is also one of our most caring people. I have no doubt that you two will get along." Smiling at her soon-to-be master, Serena bowed her head. "It is very nice to meet you. I have been told how you answered our leader's questions and am grateful to be chosen to become your familiar." Looking at the polite girl, Mirjan said, "No, really. The honor is all mine. I do hope we will get along." Looking at the two and seeing them get along, the elder motioned to the tree. "Serena, I'm going to head back. However, I expect you to come home when you are done with the contract." Having said his piece, the elder flew back up to the tree and disappeared amidst all the other pixies. Smiling at her leader, Serena looked back at Mirjan. "As much as I'd like to for us to know one another, my leader is right. I do have many things I need to do today, and would prefer we get this ceremony done as quickly as possible." Nodding at her soon-to-be familiar's request, Mirjan materialized a seal directly under the pixie. "I Mirjan Strauss bind thee to me." The area was surrounded by a bright light, and once it disappeared, everyone watched the magic seal that appeared on the Serena's back slowly disappear. Looking at her new master, Serena said, "I hope we will get along, but as I've said, I have much to do today." Waving at the group one last time, Serena flew up into the great tree and disappeared amongst the other pixies. Seeing that there was only one person left to get their familiar, Zatoji turned to Ravel. "So, young lady, what type of familiar do you wish to have?" Blushing at all the attention being directed at her, Ravel said, "Well, I'd like some kind of bird like the rest of my family. But I also want something unique to me." Nodding at the girl, Zatoji motioned for the group to follow him to their last destination. There is a spot in the forest where many different kinds of birds live. Hopefully, one of them will come down and choose you. Following the man, Ravel couldn't help but wonder something. What did you mean by hopefully one of them will come down and choose you. Is there a chance none of them will choose me? Shaking his head at the girl, Zatoji said, not really. It's just that they will only choose someone that they approve of. And that person must also not have already chosen a familiar. Curious about what the man meant, Naruto asked, why is it they only choose those that don't already have familiars? Aren't people able to have more than one familiar? Nodding at the boy, Zatoji said, it's not that you can't eventually get one of these birds if you already have a familiar. It's just a lot more difficult. They tend to prefer that they are the only familiars that their masters have and get possessive should they get more. Smiling at the explanation, Mirjan turned towards Revel. If that's the case, then they should be a perfect fit for Revel. After all, she can tend to be a tad possessive of what she considers hers. Blushing at Mirjan's words, and trying to ignore the chuckles she heard, Revel said, I can understand their mentality, but how many different kinds of birds are there? Turning to the group, Zatoji said, there are far too many for me to name. However, we are almost there. So I'm sure you'll understand what I mean in a second. No sooner had he said those words that the group walked into a more heavily forested part of the forest and were stunned by all the different kinds of birds that were flying around. There were eagles making nests, hawks diving in the sky, and even some phoenixes sitting on the top branches looking over the rest. There were far too many different species for the group to count, but they were astounded by just how majestic they all looked. The moment they fully stepped into the clearing, a medium-sized yellow bird landed in front of the group. The bird had an orange beak as well as bright yellow eyes. Its feathers, while predominantly yellow, did have a few blue ones under the belly. It, however, surprised them when it suddenly fired a thunderbolt into the sky. Smiling at the bird's actions, Zatoji explained the significance to the group. What this young thunderbird just did is mark his territory. He's saying that he has chosen you as his master and won't allow any others to pick you. The reason he flew down so quickly is to make sure he would be chosen over the rest. This species of bird is known for their prideful and possessive tendencies. They do, however, possess the ability to provide support to their masters, and give them the ability to use the ability known as bird's eye view. Nodding at the explanation, Revel approached the bird while holding out her arm. Seeing the curious look Kushina was giving the bird, Raven decided to ask her what she wanted to know. Kushina, it appears that something has you curious. Would you care to tell me what it is? Smiling at the women, Kushina nodded her head. I was just wondering what the ability, bird's eye view, does exactly. Looking critically at the girl, Raven almost smacked herself for forgetting that she had only been with her son for 2 years. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that you have only recently been turned into a devil. Members of our family usually choose familiars that are aviary in nature and therefore have known about the ability for years. The most basic concept is it simply allows you to see through the eyes of your familiar. Nodding at the explanation, Kushina turned to watch the proceedings. She had to keep the slight smile off her face when she watched the bird suddenly light up with electricity, forcing Revel's perfectly done drills to suddenly shoot upwards, giving her the appearance of having horns. All in all, she was happy that her queen had also gotten her familiar. Though she wouldn't be caught dead ever saying that out loud. Looking her soon-to-be familiar in the eyes, and pointedly ignoring all of her work that had gone into her hair being wasted, Revel softly stroked the bird's plumage. Looking over at Zatoji, Revel asked, earlier, you said that this bird was a male. How exactly were you able to tell just by looking at it once? Motioning to the chest of the bird, Zatoji explained, you see, this species of bird is easy to differentiate by looking at their chest. If it had been a female, it would have had purple feathers around its chest. But since they're blue, I was able to identify it as a male. It also appears to be a very young thunderbird based on how small it is. They will grow up to the size of an adult male when they reach maturity. Looking back at the bird, Revel decided introductions were in order. Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name's Revel, and I suppose you don't have a name yet. Getting a nod in response, Revel smiled. Well, I hope you don't mind me giving you one then. Judging by how you obviously like thunder, I think I'm going to call you Thor, after the god of thunder. Puffing out his chest at the new name, the now named Thor softly nipped at Revel's ear. Smiling at the bird, Ravel softly stroked his plumage. I'm happy to see you like the name Thor. Would it be okay if we did the contract now? It's starting to get late, and we won't be able to stay for much longer. Looking at the girl and giving a soft squawk, Thor lifted off her arm and landed in front of her. Understanding what he wanted, Ravel made a Finex seal appear under the bird. I Ravel Finex bind thee to me. Once the last word left her mouth, the bird was surrounded by a bright light. And the Finex seal that now rested on his back slowly faded away. Smiling at the group, Zatoji said, well, it looks like all of you have gotten your familiars and just in time too. Motioning to the moon that was slowly going down, he continued, well, it looks like it's time for us to go, so I ask that you three leave your familiars here while we exit the forest. Seeing her charges say their goodbyes to their familiars, Raven looked over at Zatoji. Thank you once again for helping my charges find their familiars. Blushing at the praise, Zatoji waved his hand at Raven. It really was no issue. I'm happy to see everyone that comes into my forest obtain a familiar that matches them. Nodding at the man, Raven motioned for her charges to follow Zatoji as he led them out of the forest. Once they got back to the start of the forest, the group gave one last wave to the familiar master before disappearing under an orange magical circle. Arriving back at the Finex estate, the group was surprised to see a servant approaching them. I have come with a message. Master Riser wishes to speak to his younger brother and has asked him to meet him on the east balcony. Looking over at her son, and seeing him nod at the words, Raven addressed the servant. Well, do tell my son that it appears his younger brother will be arriving shortly. Leaning on a balcony overlooking the garden stood two brothers. The morning sun was just coming up over the horizon, and bathing everything it touched in a soft glow. Chuckling at the sight, Naruto said, I'm assuming you didn't just want to watch the sunrise with me. What did you want to talk about, Riser? Looking at his brother from the corner of his eyes, Riser said. It has come to my attention that you have expressed an interest in attending Yukai Academy. I simply wish to know why. Naruto could only chuckle at his brother's admission. It seems a lot of people wish to know my reasoning. I simply wish to have a diverse peerage, and adding different Yukai will help achieve that. At hearing his brother's explanation, Riser turned around and leaned his back against the railing. We both know that's not the real reason. Now, I have my assumptions on what the real reason is, and should they prove correct, I'm going to advise you not to go. Oh really? What are your assumptions, anyway? Smiling at his brother now, Riser said, I've read the reports as well. I know that there will be a vampire attending the Yukai Academy, and you are going for the sole purpose of having her join your peerage. Grimacing at being caught, Naruto nodded his head. We both know the kind of power a vampire can unleash, especially if turned into a rook. I have to at least try. Nodding his head, Riser said. Very well. I'm also assuming that you will only be staying for a couple of weeks at the school. Glancing over at his brother in confusion, Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, that was the plan. I don't want to stay too long and end up getting caught, though why would you care how long I stay there for? I care because you're my little brother, and while I may not show it, I do in fact care what happens to you. Now, would a month be enough time for you to recruit this vampire of yours? Smiling at his brother's words, Naruto said, yeah, I wasn't planning on staying more than 3 weeks. So a month should be more than enough time. Why are you asking, though? Because I'm going to move up the date of my engagement with Rias. We both know if I do this while you're in the school, it's going to cause people to realize who you really are. Well, I appreciate you waiting for me to be out before doing that, but why are you moving up the engagement? Because I have a feeling that the longer we wait, the higher are the chance of this engagement getting broken. I may not like the thought of marrying that girl, but I'll be damned if I let her shine our family in a bad light. Naruto could only glance at his brother in surprise. As far as he knew, Riser had been all for the engagement. What do you mean you don't want this engagement? I thought you were happy to marry Rias. Narrowing his eyes at his brother, Riser said, no, why would I want to get married to a girl who can only whine when she doesn't get her way and propose? Selly tried to destroy an engagement that is important for our race. I don't want to marry Rias. However, I do know how important this engagement is, and I'm sure that with time, we can hopefully get along. Smiling at his brother, Naruto said, I knew you weren't such a bad guy. But why don't you just tell mom and dad how you feel? Because I already have. They allowed me the option to cancel the engagement, but I refused. This engagement is too important to let my feelings get in the way. Besides, I'm sure I could grow to love her one day. Having said what he wanted to say, held up his hand and ruffled his brother's hair. Listen, Naruto, no matter what happens, I want you to know I'll always make sure you and Revel are safe. You're my precious little siblings. Even if we don't always see eye to eye. On that note, Riser snapped his fingers and disappeared in a flash of fire. Glancing at where his brother was, Naruto could only sigh. I guess he's not such a bad brother after all. 3 years time skip. Sitting across from Naruto was Yusaka, the leader of the Ukai faction. Yusaka was a 9-tailed fox and currently had the appearance of a young woman with a voluptuous figure and blonde hair with matching golden yellow eyes. It had taken 3 years, but Wendy had finally been able to get him a meeting with her and just in time too. As long as everything went well, he'd be able to attend the Ukai Academy during the fall semester, which would be beginning in roughly a month's time. Looking at the woman, Naruto figured the saint way to play this was to simply lay out all his cards and hope they fell in the right order. You have my thanks for meeting with me. Since I'm sure we're both busy people, and I have no intention of wasting either of our time. I'll be blunt. What's it going to take to get you to invite me as well as 2 of my servants to attend the Ukai Academy? Startled at the question, and looking at the young devil in shock, Yusaka quickly composed herself. She knew how many ramifications she could face if she gave in to the request. However, she was sure he also knew that, which meant she could make high demands if she wanted. I assume you know just how much trouble I could get into for agreeing with this request. Best to let him know that she knew just how much this opportunity was worth. Because of this, your request will not come cheap. Grimacing at the thought of just what was going to be required of him, Naruto prepared himself for the metaphorical axe to drop. I'm listening. What are your demands? Smiling a very vulpine smile, Yusaka held up 4 fingers. I have a total of 4 demands. Should you refuse any of them, this meeting will be over and you will never get an invitation to attend the Ukai Academy. Seeing the boy nod his head, Yusaka lowered her hand and leaned forward in her chair. My first demand is 300 bottles of Finex tears. As I'm sure you're aware, the properties of those tears would greatly help my people should any conflict arise. Grimacing at the thought of having to tell his parents what he agreed to, Naruto decided a little compromise was in order. I can't come up with 300 bottles at once. However, my sister and I can produce our own tears and bottle them up for you. We would be able to provide around 8 bottles every month for however long it took for us to reach 300. Yusaka nodded at the boy's reasoning. After all, she couldn't blame him for wanting to keep his giving away Finex tears a secret. Very well, I can agree to that provided I get 6 extra months added on. Upon seeing him nod his head, she decided to get on with the next demand. The next demand is simple. Should my immediate family need aid, and it is not a conflict of interest for you, I would ask that you provide the aid. In return, I will do the same for your immediate family. Weighing the pros and cons of such an agreement, Naruto ultimately decided that this demand could prove to be quite helpful. Should he ever become Satan like he intended to, it would help to have allies in high places. The only downside he could see would be if he was forced to get into a conflict that was none of his business. I can accept those terms with the stipulation that I not be called for anything that you can handle yourself. That is fine. My last 2 conditions go together. 3. I want to make clear something. While I am perfectly willing to get you an invitation, I will only be able to get 1 invitation, since more will look suspicious and serve to further implicate me should you get caught. The final demand is that since I am aware of the dangers, I will be sending 2 people with you. Not only to help you but also so that I will not have to deal with the political backlash this can cause should you be caught. Frowning at the thought of having to tell Revel and Kushina that they couldn't come, Naruto nodded his head. So who will be coming with me? Smiling at the results of this meeting, Yusaka said, their names are Sinon and Silica. They are Nekomata, and I would prefer you keeping that information to yourself. At the same time, a different meeting was being held. Currently, We find Riser and Minato both looking over the me balcony that Riser looked over with his younger brother 3 years ago. It was a sunny day and both men were currently watching Ravel and Kushina having another one of their arguments while off. To the side, Wendy was being chased around by a smiling Mirjan. Glancing over at his son, Minato couldn't help but sigh. You know, Riser, if you don't want to marry Rias, you don't have to. I didn't make you marry someone you had no romantic feelings for. For a second, Riser was ready to take his father up on the offer, to end this nightmare and be selfish. If he did, he'd be able to marry whoever he wanted and have his own harem of girls that he loved. He was so tempted to do it, but then he looked at his brother's peerage and knew he couldn't. If he took the offer, there was a high chance Naruto would take his place, and that would break not only his younger brother's heart but also his little sister's. Looking over at his father, Riser shook his head. No, Dad, I can't let this engagement end. There's simply too much at stake. Nodding at his son, Minato turned around and walked back inside. Seeing his father leave, Riser took one last look at his younger sister's back. I'll suffer if it means you two don't have to. Time skip to the day before the first day of school. Looking at his peerage, Naruto couldn't help but frown at the depressed aura that surrounded all of them. Kushina and Wendy both were currently trying to hold back the tears that were leaking out of the corner of their eyes. Mirjan was smiling at him, but he knew her well enough to see that the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. The worst reaction, though, had to be Ravel's. She had literally begged him every chance she got since his meeting with Yusaka was over to allow her to go with him. It didn't really surprise him. Ravel and he had been as close as possible, and the longest they had been away from each other was the day that he rescued Kushina. His only hope was that they'd both be able to get by until he got back. Don't be so sad, guys. I'm only going to go for a couple of weeks. Seeing all of the girls still looking depressed, he tried a different approach. Look, I'm going to this academy to recruit a new peerage member. She's supposed to be super strong, so I expect you all to be stronger when I get back. He wasn't surprised to be met with 4 determined stares. Deciding it was time to go to bed if he wanted to get up early enough to get up for school, Naruto said. Well, I'm going to miss you guys, but I'll be sure to be back soon. Kushina and Ravel, please try to get along. Mirjan, please keep them under control, and Wendy, I want you to be good while I'm gone. Seeing them agreeing, Naruto walked into his room and went to bed. Knock knock. Groaning at his precious sleep being taken away, Naruto opened the door and was met with the sight of his sister in pink pajamas with a black bottom. Smiling at the girl, Naruto simply motioned to the bed and was unsurprised when she immediately walked past him to lay down. She had always slept with him whenever she needed some kind of comfort. He had no doubt that he wanted to be as close to her twin as she could before he left her for the next couple of weeks. Getting into bed next to her, Naruto could only smile as the girl purposely turned so her back was to him. You know, Ravel, I'm going to miss you the most. It's going to be weird not having you by my side for the next few weeks. Turning around and laying on her brother's chest, Ravel couldn't help the frown that marred her face. I'll miss you too. I know I've asked this before, but is there a way I can go with you? Frowning and rubbing her back, Naruto said, you know, if there was any way I could bring you, I would, but it's simply not possible. It was hard enough for me to be able to go. Nodding against his chest, Ravel said, just promise me you'll be okay. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. I promise I'll come back in one piece, and I never break a promise. After all, how could I be Satan if I can't survive a school? Looking up at her brother, Ravel suddenly looked very nervous. Naruto, I have something I need to tell you. I don't want an answer right now. I want you to wait until you get back from the Ukai Academy. Looking confused, Naruto nodded his head. Sure, Ravel, but what's so important that you're giving me that much time to think it over? Mustering up her courage, Ravel leaned upwards and softly pressed her lips against her brother's. Naruto himself couldn't believe what was happening and was so shocked that he completely froze up. By the time he regained the ability to move, Ravel had already ended the kiss and laid her head back onto his chest. Glancing at his sister in shock, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what exactly he was supposed to do with that. Deciding it was for the best that he worry about it later, he closed his eyes and fell back asleep. Glancing at his still sleeping sister, Naruto softly brushed her hair out of her face and wasn't surprised to see her leaning into his palm. Deciding it was time to go, he teleported away to the destination Yusaka said the bus would be picking him up from. Arriving at his destination, he was surprised to see two girls around his age appeared to be waiting for him. The taller of the two looked to be about 5'3". She had blue hair with what looked like blue cat ears sticking out the top of her head. She had what he recognized as the Fae Male Yukai Academy uniform. I'm not describing it, with the only alteration being a black choker around her neck. The younger of the two looked about 5'2". She had brown hair tied into two ponytails using red ribbons, as well as brown cat ears sticking out of her head. She was wearing the same outfit as her older counterpart, with the only exception being that she had a red choker around her neck. On seeing the two, Naruto assumed that these were the ones who Yusaka had told him about as the ones who would be accompanying him during his time at the academy. Approaching them, he was surprised to see their ears appeared to be twitching the closer he got to them. Am I to assume you're the two I was told would be accompanying me during my time at the Yukai Academy? Seeing them both nod, Naruto nodded his head. He couldn't say he was necessarily disappointed, but he had hoped for more heavily trained individuals. Judging from their body types, they were both obviously EIT. Her untrained or preferred long-range attacks. Deciding to introduce himself to the two, especially with the knowledge they'd be spending the next few weeks together, Naruto said. My name is Naruto. Oh Finex, though I would hope that you will call me by my codename Naruto Uzumaki. Stepping forward, the blue-haired girl said, my name is Sinon Ayano. I'm going into my second year, and this is my younger sister Silica Ayano. Motioning to the girl behind her, Sinon could only shake her head at the blush that had enveloped Silica's face. She's going to be a first year as well, so she'll be monitoring you while I keep an eye on everyone from afar. That being said, don't think for a moment that I won't see anything you might try. On seeing both of the first year's faces turn a satisfying shade of crimson, Sinon shook her head at the younger students. Looking at her sister, she couldn't help but remember her talk with Yusaka. Flashback X. Sitting across from her leader, Non couldn't help the rush of fear that went down her back. She hoped this had nothing to do with her inability to defend herself at the academy. It wasn't really her fault. She specialized more in long-range attacks. Unfortunately, this was seen as a major sign of weakness and had made her a giant target for anyone that wanted to have some fun with a cat girl. Luckily, no one had succeeded yet, but there were those that had gotten close. She just hoped her sister would have better luck in that department than she would. Silica was more versed in close range, which should dissuade others from targeting her. Looking at the young girl, Yusaka could only shake her head. The girl's race was on the verge of extinction, and she simply was not strong enough to defend herself. If everything continued the way it had been, she had no doubt this girl would not survive another year at the Yukai Academy, and neither would her little sister. Luckily though, she had found a good way to prevent this from happening. Sinon, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. You are far too weak to survive without your weapon. We both know how exceptional a long-range fighter you are. However, your weakness in close range is simply too high to ignore. Given your current situation and the rapid decline of your race, your chances of making it, in the long run, are becoming slimmer with each passing day. That's why I urge you to accept the solution I have found for you. Feeling her ears dropping at every word her leader said, Sinon couldn't help the tears that started at the thought of what could happen to her next year. It just wasn't fair. She tried so hard, but she just couldn't fight like her race was meant to. And now, because of this, she might not make it. It wasn't even that part that scared her. If she was not around, who would look after her sister? Who would make sure she was safe and taken care of? Who would ensure that she was happy? It had been with great trepidation that Sinon decided to hear what was most likely the only solution Yusaka had to offer her. Seeing the girl appearing ready to listen to her, Yusaka hoped she wouldn't be too upset with her solution. Truthfully, the original plan had been to protect her as best she could while hoping that the girl could survive whatever challenges she faced. I have recently been asked by a devil to attend the Yukai Academy. It is frowned upon for any leader to let another race enter the academy. While technically I wouldn't be in much trouble since he's not human and his power is so widely desired. Most leaders would understand me wanting to make someone with the potential to be so strong a future ally. My solution is that since he's to attend the academy, he will act as a buffer between anyone dangerous from getting to either you or your younger sister. Looking at Yusaka with undisguised hope, Sinon couldn't help but wonder just how strong this devil must be to be a BLE to offer her the protection she would need. Are you sure he can help me? Is he really strong enough to keep the other monsters from targeting my sister and me? Seeing the hope in the girl's eyes, Yusaka mentally prepared herself for the figurative bomb she was going to drop on the girl. Unfortunately, he will only be there for a couple of weeks. He is only attending for the opportunity to have a vampire join his peerage. While I am not necessarily against the idea, I would prefer him failing in this mission. The girl he is no doubt trying to acquire is simply too strong to allow to be turned into a devil. It would, however, be in your best interest if he were to take you and your sister into his peerage. Looking at her leader with confusion, Sinon couldn't wrap her head around why Yusaka would want one of her own subordinates to join a devil's peerage. But I don't understand how that could be the best solution for us. I thought you hated it when your subordinates got turned into devils. Besides, even if I were to want to join a devil's peerage, Silica and I aren't strong enough for a devil to want us as a part of their peerage. I understand your confusion, and I want you to know that I don't enjoy doing this at all. It has, however, become apparent that I won't be able to protect you and your sister from the people that will no doubt come after you too. I have watched this devil for a long time. One of his bishops has become friends with Kuno and she has spoken nothing but the highest praise for her king. I know he will make you happy. And I know for a fact that he is powerful. All I'm asking is that you think about it, and should you decide against it, I will do everything in my power to protect you. Flashback end. Hearing the sound of a bus honking, Sinon turned around and saw the infamous bus driver opening the bus's doors. Sighing at the thought of what was to come, she smiled at seeing her little sister practically skip up the steps in her excitement. Staring out of the occult research clubroom window was one Rias Grimori. I'm not going to describe it. Rias was not a happy girl. She had not been a happy girl for a long time. This arranged marriage was starting to get out of hand. She wanted to marry someone out of love, not out of convenience. The worst part about the whole thing was that she might actually be in love with her fiancé's younger brother, but she would never be able to see these feelings come to fruition should this marriage not be broken apart. Feeling a presence behind her, she was unsurprised to see her queen standing behind her. Handing her king a cup of tea, Akino motioned to a boy lounging in the grass. Is there a particular reason you're so interested in this boy? You wouldn't happen to be crushing on him, would you, Bucho? Scoffing at her queen's teasing, Rias shook her head. No, I can, however, sense a great power buried inside him. He definitely possesses a sacred gear. It has the potential of being one of the Longinus. Looking at the boy her king apparently had so much interest in, Akino could honestly say she didn't see it. The bow, why, looked far too average to possess a sacred gear as powerful as a Longinus. Whatever you say, Bucho. Frankly, I'm not seeing anything special about him. Taking one last glance at the boy, Rias turned back to her queen. It doesn't matter at the moment. Have you been able to obtain the information I asked for? Pulling out a flash drive from her cleavage, Akino handed it to Rias. It contains all of the information I have been able to obtain on both Riser Finex and Naruto Finex. Is there any reason you wanted all of this information? Walking over to the computer and uploading the files, Rias smiled at the amount of information shown on the computer. The reasons are quite simple. Riser needs to be analyzed from every angle should I be able to find a way of ending this engagement. Naruto's different from anyone I've ever met. I find him interesting and am curious to find out what makes him tick. Laughing at the way her king described her feelings for the youngest male Finex, Akino said. You know, Bucho, it's unwise for you to leave your feelings unanswered, especially with the likelihood that you won't be able to cancel the engagement in time. Suddenly gaining a determined expression, Rias turned back to her computer and smiled at the picture of Naruto. Don't worry, the next time I see him, I'll be sure to let him know. Glancing at the skipping girl next to her, Wendy couldn't help but laugh. You're always so excitable, Kuno. Where do you get all that energy from? Stopping momentarily and walking backward while putting her hands behind her head. Kuno offered her friend a vulpine grin. My race has always been known for having tons of energy, and with me being a nine-tails I have a lot more. Wendy could only giggle at her friend's behavior. You know, you remind me of Naruto. Hyper, smart, dense, and loyal to a fault. Smiling at her friend, Kuno was about to reply only to trip over a pothole and fall on her back with a thud. OWWWWWWW rubbing her sore rear end, the young girl glared at the pothole that caused her injury. Seeing her friend get injured, Wendy immediately went to her side and held out her hand Troya slowly manipulating the ball of magic until it went to the bruised area. There, that should heal you up. You got to be more careful, Kuno. Kuno, who had initially been grateful, could only sweat drop at her friend waving her finger at her while telling her to not be reckless. Casually swatting the hand away from her face and ignoring the blush creeping onto her face. Being lectured by someone her own age, Kuno stood back up while brushing off any dust from her clothes. You know, Wendy, while I appreciate the thought, you really don't need to heal me from such small injuries. Giggling at her friend's prideful nature, Wendy remembered Mirjan once telling her how prideful certain yokai could be. There's no need to be so tough, Kuno. We're friends, so we have to take care of each other. On hearing her friend say that, Kuno glanced at the morning sky. Is that what friends are for? Do I really not have to shoulder all my burdens alone? Seeing her friend spacing out, Wendy laughed at Kuno's thinking face. You know, Kuno, Naruto once told me that the best way to be powerful is to gain that power in order to protect your friends. I wonder if I'll be able to become powerful enough one day. Hearing her friend's voice, Kuno said, Sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that? Glancing fondly at her friend, Wendy shook her head. Don't worry, it wasn't that important. Pulling up to the academy, the bus driver couldn't help but smile at the events that would be coming this school year. Glancing behind him at three kids on the bus, he opened the doors. If you kids don't mind, I have other students to go pick up, so I need you guys to get off this bus. Nodding at the driver, Naruto, Sinon, and Silica exited the bus and watched as it drove off in the opposite direction only to be swallowed by a portal again. Looking ahead and seeing the path in front of them, Naruto started walking towards what he assumed was the academy. I hope this goes better than I think it will. Walking down the path, Naruto couldn't help but notice how frightened Silica appeared to be. He supposed it must have been from all the tombstones that were on the side of the path. Glancing to the resident expert, Naruto decided to see what she knew. Sinon, how long will it be until we reach the academy? Looking over at her sister, Sinon could only sigh. She hoped Yusaka was right and that Naruto would be able to protect them, otherwise, Silica wouldn't be the same ever again. It's not too much longer. The bus takes us fairly close to the academy. Nodding at the information, Naruto adjusted the annoying tie he had to wear. Exactly how long do you think it'll take before I'm challenged? In response to the question, Sinon felt out for any power leaking off the boy. His power is tremendously large. I can't see any monster under A class challenging him, and even then, they'll be smart enough to leave him alone. However, the same won't be said if he's surrounded by tempting enough bait. Glancing over at her sister, Sinon could honestly say she would probably be what would cause challenges to appear. However, it was a good thing that Naruto wanted to be challenged. Honestly, you leak off too much power for any monster to want to fight you. The only way you're going to get a fight without actively seeking one out is to hang around weaker monsters. Glancing over at the girls, Naruto supposed that it was a good thing he didn't bring Kushina and Revel. While nowhere near as strong as him, Revel was also a high-class devil and therefore, she had a naturally powerful aura. Kushina, while a sweet girl, had a bloodthirsty aura. He was honestly not sure if it came from containing the nine tails or simply because of her admittedly short fuse. Those two would have probably kept more monsters away from them. Sadly, that wouldn't be productive at all, especially since the best way to attract a vampire was to show just how strong one was. I can see why Yusaka sent you both. It's not just as my guards, is it? No, I'm assuming it's more of a symbiotic relationship. I need you both to attract stronger monsters while you need me to fight off these monsters to survive. Glancing at the now nervous-looking Sinon and confused-looking Silica, he continued. While I can't deny that this arrangement will indeed work, I will not be staying long, and once I'm gone, whatever monsters I saved you from will only come back angrier. So what do you plan to do when that time comes? Stealing her nerves while also hoping the boy wouldn't outright reject them, Sinon decided to lay all her cards out. The truth is, once you leave, our survival rate, should we stay, drops tremendously. Even if we survive this year, it won't be without heavy losses. Glancing at her sister and hoping she wouldn't condemn her for what she was about to say, she turned back to Naruto. That's why I was hoping you would take us with you when you leave the academy. Looking over at the two, Naruto could honestly say while they were good people, they wouldn't make the strongest pieces even with his power aiding them. The problem was with how close the wedding was, he couldn't be too picky, and extra members couldn't hurt his chances. That being said, a little extra incentive never hurt anyone. Since I'm sure Yasaka is okay with this arrangement, I'll agree to make you two a part of my peerage, only if you both make sure I also obtain the vampire I'm looking for. Looking between the two and feeling decidedly left out, Silica couldn't help but wonder exactly what her sister was agreeing to. What are you guys even talking about? I thought we were simply acting as escorts while he was here. Internally wincing at her sister's question, Sinon noticed they had finally arrived at the school, and it looked like their target was just entering the building. We'll talk about this later, Silica. For now, we should all go to our homeroom classes. Laying under a tree in the backyard of the Finex estate, Kushina could honestly say she missed her king. The second he had left, Ravel had practically locked herself in her room while sending out Thor in order to spy on any potential members. To be frank, Kushina highly suspected that the ONLY thing that Bird was doing was allowing Ravel to use Bird's eye's view to let Ravel watch Naruto. She really couldn't blame her, though. It had been hard for all of them when he left, but none more so than Ravel. Glancing at the sun and figuring it was probably time to get up, Kushina stood while making sure to stretch out any kinks she might have gotten from her time under the tree. Once that was accomplished, she activated a teleportation seal and her whole world was bathed in orange before she stood in front of Ravel's door. Knocking on the door, she waited for a few minutes, only to hear silence. Getting annoyed, Kushina tried one more time only to get the same results. Walking back to her room holding the reports she had just gotten, Ravel couldn't keep the smile off her face. She had been admittedly upset when her brother left, and she still was. It had been even worse since she had laid out her feelings and left it all up to him. It had been even worse she had laid out her feelings and left it all up to him. So in order to do something, and knowing how much her brother needed new peerage members, she had her familiars search around while she went through the reports her family gets every week. It had mostly been the normal reports, but there had been a rumor of a powerful ice user. So it had been an excited Ravel that had come upon the GHT of a certain redhead banging on her door while shouting obscenities. What exactly do you think you're doing, tomato? Spinning around at the sound of that dreaded word, while glaring one last time at the stupid door, Kushina was ready to shout at the idiot that dared to call her a tomato. Who do you think you're calling a Toma? Looking at Ravel, Kushina turned back to the door and then back at Ravel. Once she had done that a few times, she pointed at the other girl accusingly. Do you know how long I've been sitting here, Yakitori? Why weren't you in your room? Glaring at the girl for calling her a Yakitori, as well as wondering exactly how many times she must have been dropped on her head, Ravel could only wonder what her brother saw in her. You see, tomato, as shocking as it is, people are allowed to leave their room. And since you're here, you're going to be accompanying me on a recruiting mission. Bristling at the knock at her intelligence as well as shuddering at the thought of any prolonged time in her queen's company, Kushina shook her head. You are aware we don't like each other, right? Why don't you just take Mirjan or Wendy with you? Trust me, you're the last person I want to be around. However, Wendy's currently staying over at Kuno's house and Mirjan is recovering from practicing her Satan's soul, Halphus. While personally I'd prefer simply going alone. This potential member has an unknown threat level. So like it or not, you're coming. Gritting her teeth while internally wondering exactly how they were going to possibly stay In such close proximity without killing each other, Kushina sighed. When do we leave? As soon as possible. Walking down a hallway while internally wondering how they got lost, Naruto and Silica were on their way to their homeroom class. I don't suppose you know how to get to the class, do you? Seeing the girl shake her head in response, Naruto sighed. I knew we should have gotten Sinon to show us the way. Looking at her companion, Silica shook her head fondly. She wouldn't have been much help, Sinon's notoriously bad with directions. Shaking his head at that, Naruto was happy to see a girl finally coming in their direction. Hey, do you know where classroom B105 is? The girl in question turned around at hearing someone calling out to her. Getting a better look at the girl looked to be slightly taller than Silica, with a slightly curvaceous body, fair skin, green eyes, and flaming orange hair styled into two bushy ponytails with red bows to hold them in place. It seemed that she had altered her uniform, however, since instead of the normal Yukai Academy girl's uniform, she was wearing a white shirt and a red sailor girl top, with buttons and a tie split in two. She was wearing the normal skirt that every other female wore, but under them she was wearing long red-brown stockings with a white stripe at the top. To complete the outfit, she had on her own heels with a bracelet and a bow on her left arm. All in all, Naruto had to admit this girl was definitely very beautiful, though the slightly arrogant look she was giving him slightly ruined the appeal. Noticing the way the male seemed to be analyzing her, the girl crossed her arms in front of her chest. What do you want? Smiling at the girl, especially when he saw her fangs showing when she talked, Naruto stepped forward. Actually, we were looking for our homeroom class. I don't suppose you would know where classroom B105 is. However, the girl in question was staring at the boy. Being a vampire, she was able to sense another monster's energy, and what she sensed from his passive aura was equal to, if not greater than, her big sister's. She wasn't sure how that could be possible, but she was definitely going to find out. No, I don't know where it is, but I have the same homeroom. If you want, we can look for it together. Smiling, Naruto walked until he was standing next to her. Noticing that, Silica seemed to make sure he was always in between her and the other girl. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you. Nodding while trying to figure out what kind of monster would have that last name, the girl said, my name's Kokoa Shuzan. Seeing where this was going, Silica figured she should introduce herself as well. It's nice to meet you. My name's Silica Ayano. Looking at the girl, Kokoa said, I don't particularly care what your name is. Turning to Naruto, she looked curiously at him. You, however, I'm curious about. I can definitely sense how much power you have. What kind of monster are you? Smirking at having his target's attention, Naruto decided to have a little fun with her. It's against school rules to tell. I am S-class if that's what you're wondering about, though we both know you already figured that much out. Smirking up at the boy, Kokoa said, I simply believe that us S-class need to stick together. Giving the Nekomata a dismissive look, Kokoa turned back to Naruto. Though I'm curious why you hang out with such lower-ranking monsters. Smirking at the arrogant girl, Naruto shook his head. Lower-ranking monsters attract larger prey than we will, I'd simply intimidate them. If possible, Kokoa's smirk just got larger. If it's a fight you're looking for, I'd be happy to give you one. Looking at the girl, Naruto couldn't help but smile at how everything seemed to be coming together. Sure, I'll give you a fight, though don't be upset when you lose. Frowning at the slight, Kokoa said as if any monster could beat a vampire. But what about water monsters? They could definitely beat a vampire. Glaring at the other girl for the reminder, Kokoa was just about to tell her exactly how she felt at the interruption, only to see a hand in front of her face. Smirking at the furious expression the girl was wearing, Naruto jabbed his thumb at the room they were currently standing next to. As funny as your reaction would be, it would seem we are here. Ring GGGGGG, and it would appear we're just on time. Having said that, Naruto casually opened the door and allowed both girls to enter before walking in himself. Squeezing her jacket as close to her body as she could, Kushina couldn't help but wonder why they had to be walking up what felt like the coldest mountain in the world. Looking over at her companion for this mission, Kushina felt her ire rise. Ravel was wearing a thin jacket and looked perfectly fine. Can you please express Lane to me why I'm freezing my ass off and you look perfectly fine. Smirking at the angry redhead, Ravel said, you do realize my family can control wind and fire, right? If it makes you feel better, you can have my coat. It's kind of making me warm anyway. The glare she got in return almost made being stuck with Kushina worth it, almost. Still glaring, Kushina decided a little revenge was necessary. After all, turn around was fair play. As if I'd accept a jacket from you. Besides, I think the jacket might be a little too big around the stomach area anyway. She was rewarded by ironically getting her wish as she felt the temperature start to rise around them. She had to resist the urge to put her arms out and use Ravel as a makeshift heater. Contemplating murder, Ravel had to take a few calming breaths. After all, she was here to recruit a new member for her brother. Killing Kushina would be counterproductive. While she personally felt he'd be better off without the annoying girl, it didn't change the fact that it would be a waste of a mutated piece. You know, if anything wouldn't fit, I'm pretty sure it would be the chest region. Glancing at the aforementioned area, Ravel couldn't hide her smirk. I wonder if they even make bras that small. Face matching her hair, Kushina distantly realized her hair was starting to float, most likely due to her aura. You want to start something, Yakitori? Bristling at the insult, as well as covering herself in fire, Ravel said, I'll take you anytime you want, tomato. Staring at each other while powering up their auras, both girls distantly heard a shout of go away, before they were suddenly hit with a ton of snow and thrown down the mountain. Getting up and feeling like she was going to freeze to death, Kushina turned in the direction she had heard the voice from and shouted. What the hell was that for Datbane? Panicking at the other girl's mental deficiency, Ravel quickly tackled her to the ground. What do you think you're doing, idiot? Do you want to cause an avalanche? Pushing the other girl off, Kushina glared at where their unknown assailant must have come from. No, I don't want to cause an avalanche. I do, however, want to give whoever did that a piece of my mind. Smirking at the girl, Ravel glanced up to where Kushina was looking. It would seem that thanks to you being an idiot, our target has come out. Getting up and brushing the snow off of her, Ravel started walking in the direction they had previously been. So thank you for being an idiot. Beaming at the praise, Kushina nodded her head. I know, aren't I awesome? It was only after a second of thinking about what was said did Kushina realize exactly what Ravel called her. Hey, I'm not the only one that caused us to get thrown down here. Smirking at the other girl, Ravel shook her head. If you hadn't thrown a fit like a toddler, we wouldn't have gotten in the argument in the first place. Now, get off your ass and let's go get the person who threw us down here. Standing up and following after her, Queen Kushina quietly whispered. Yeah, just conveniently forget that you were just as much at fault as me, why don't you? Smirking after a successful day of recon, Sinon couldn't believe how easy it was to spy on a vampire. Mocha Akashia, it would seem, was exactly as the rumors said she was. A bubbly, energetic girl that was nice to everyone and was fiercely loyal to her friends. If she didn't know better, she would think the girl was harmless, but she had caught sight of her in battle last year and would never forget it. Looking at the time once more, Sinon expertly jumped down from the tree she was hiding in and walked over to the cafeteria. She was meeting Silica and Naruto to go over their findings. She was actually heavily disappointed that neither had even bothered to watch the target and had apparently left all of the recon to her. Entering the cafeteria, she quickly got lunch before spotting the two sitting at a table by themselves whispering to each other. Walking over to the table and making sure to put her tray down louder than she normally would, she was unsurprised to see both occupants turn to stare at her. So, is there any reason why you two left gathering information on our target all to me? Glancing at each other in confusion, it was Silica who finally voiced the question they were both wondering. What are you talking about, Sinon? We've been with the target most of the day. Glaring at the two, for obviously lying to her, Sinon crossed her arms over her chest. Don't lie to me, I've been watching her the whole day and neither of you two were with her at all. Looking at Silica and seeing her shrug her shoulders, Naruto decided to try to make sense of this whole situation. Say I believe you and you actually watched her all day. How did you watch her this morning? She was in our homeroom and was sitting next to me. Looking confused, Sinon shook her head. No, she's not. She's in my homeroom and sits next to that one boy Tasuken or whatever his name is. Looking at each other, then at Sinon again. They both shook their heads. Sinon, you don't have to pretend you spied on her. We got enough information on our own anyway. Glaring at the boy for daring to call her a liar, especially when she knew that these two had been slacking all day. Sinon slammed her hands on the table. I'm not lying. And if you guys really did hang out with her all day, where is she? I certainly don't see her around you both now. Glaring at the girl, Naruto said, well, Kokoa would be, however, she said she had to send some letters to her sister and therefore wouldn't be able to hang out until after the entrance ceremony. Now thoroughly confused, Sinon said, who the hell is Kokoa? Weren't you both supposed to be watching the target? Frowning at the girl, Naruto said, the target, of course. How can you expect us to believe you spied on her this whole time when you don't even know her name? Looking at the boy like he was stupid, Sinon shook her head. That's not the vampire's name. Her name is Mocha Akashia, and you would know that if you had actually been with her like you claimed you were. Standing up while putting his hands on the table, Naruto stared right into Sinon's eyes. First of all, I know a vampire when I see one, and Kokoa is definitely a vampire and therefore our target. Now, since she's our target, it means that whoever this Mocha is, there's no way she's a vampire as well. While this was going on, Silica was glancing between the two of them, wondering why they were fighting over such a simple thing. Guys, what if they're both vampires? In response, both individuals turned their attention to the now nervous-looking girl, but it was Sinon who decided to answer her question. There's absolutely no way they're both vampires. Vampires are known to be very territorial, and there's no way two vampires would attend the academy at the same time. On saying that and suddenly feeling like her appetite leaving her, Sinon turned back towards Naruto and glared at him again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get more intel on our actual target so that you might actually have a chance of recruiting her. Once she said that, she grabbed her lunch and walked out of the cafeteria. Glancing at where her sister went, Silica turned back towards Naruto only to see him leaving. Quickly catching up to him, she asked, where are you going, Naruto? I thought we were going to finish having lunch. Turning to the girl, Naruto shook his head. I have a couple of things to do and I'm hoping to call my sister while it's still early. Halting her advance, Silica felt her ears start to droop. It would appear that neither wanted to hang out at the moment, so with that thought she decided she might as well head back towards her dorm. Walking back up the mountain, Kushina clutched the jacket Ravel had given her closer to her chest. She could honestly say she's never been colder in her entire life, and all of this for one girl. She wasn't sure if she would cry tears of joy when they finally found the girl or attempt to murder her. Looking over herself, she mostly just hoped she'd have all her toes when this was over. Glancing over at Ravel, she couldn't hide the jealousy she felt from seeing just how warm she looked. Ravel was perfectly content at the moment. Thanks to her powers, she was toasty warm and ready to go. However, it was funny to see just how jealous she could make Kushina. Keep looking at me that way and your face is going to freeze in that position. Then again, it just might be an improvement. Glaring at the girl, Kushina crossed her arms and turned her head away with a humph. I'm too cold to yell at you, but just you wait. Soon enough, the positions will turn and I'll get the last laugh. Glancing at the girl, Ravel scoffed. As if, tomato, we both know there's absolutely nothing you'd be able to lord over me. Frowning, Kushina was about to retort before they both heard what sounded like a phone ringing. Ring, ring, ring. Finally finding it in Ravel's jacket, Kushina answered the call and put it to her ear. Hello. Hey Ravel, it's Naruto. What are you up to? Smirking while glancing at the now curious Ravel, Kushina had just become a firm believer in karma. Oh, sorry, she can't get to the phone right now. Can I leave a message? Yeah, just tell her I've thought I'm still thinking it over, but I'll definitely have an answer for her when I get back. Smiling even more at Ravel, especially because the girl seemed to just notice exactly whose phone she was holding, Kushina said. Yeah, no problem, I'll give her the message. Promptly ending the call, she turned to smirk at Ravel. You know, Ravel, it's not nice to eavesdrop on other people's calls. Glaring at the girl while swiping her phone back, Ravel said. It's also not nice to answer other people's phone. Now, who was that? Looking at the girl and smirking at her, Kushina shook her head. Now, Wouldn't you like to know? Walking with an extra skip in her step, Kushina turned back to the now fuming Ravel. If it makes you feel better, he left a message for you. Suddenly curious, Ravel took out her phone and quickly searched through her recent calls, and when she found out who it was, she turned back around and her look changed from curious to murderous. Naruto called. Why didn't you say anything? You shouldn't shout, you know. Otherwise, you'll cause an avalanche, remember. Closing her eyes, Ravel silently counted to 10. By the time she got to 7, she still wanted to murder the other girl. Just tell me what Naruto said. Looking at the girl, Kushina sighed. Fine, I'll tell you, but you owe me one. Nodding at the girl, Ravel couldn't help but wonder why she would have to owe Kushina, considering the call was meant for her in the first place. He asked me to tell you he'll definitely have his answer when he gets back. Poof! Feeling her head erupt into flames, Ravel started skipping to their destination. Thanks, Kushina, it meant a lot. Shivering once more, Kushina started walking back along the path. Hey, Ravel. Glancing back, Ravel stopped momentarily. Yeah, can I call in that favor? Glancing at the girl curiously, Ravel nodded. Yeah, sure, can you warm me up? Glancing at the other girl suspiciously, Ravel shook her head. I don't swing that way, tomato, though I'm not surprised you do. I am not gay. BOOOOOOOOOMMMMMM. Glancing up, both girls were confronted with tons and tons of snow about to hit them. Kushina. Yeah, Ravel, this is your fucking fault. Walking into the auditorium where the entrance ceremony was supposed to take place, Naruto took a quick glance around and smirked when he spotted Kokoa sitting in the middle row all the way to the left. Walking over to her and giving another cursory glance around, he concluded Sinon and Silica had either not shown up yet or were masking their presences incredibly well. Tapping the girl on the shoulder, he smirked at her surprised expression and indicated to the seat next to her. Am I to assume you saved me a seat? How generous of you. We both know I didn't save it for you. However, since you are here, you better sit on it. I don't want any low-class monsters getting any ideas. Sighing at the girl's attitude, he nonetheless took the seat. So did you end up mailing your sister? Smirking and showing off her fangs, Kokoa nodded her head. Oh yeah, let's just say Mocha's not going to know what's coming. Snapping his head towards the girl, Naruto looked at her incredulously. When you say Mocha, you wouldn't happen to be talking about Mocha Akashiya, would you? Looking at the boy in confusion, Kokoa nodded her head. Yeah, that's my older sister. How do you know who she is? Well, it looks like I owe Sinon a big apology, but who would have imagined that two vampires would be attending at the same time? Looking up and seeing Kokoa waiting for an answer, Naruto smirked. What, I was just scouting out potential opponents, but it seems you're the only one that catches my interest. Looking suddenly hopeful, Kokoa offered a small smile. Are you saying you think I'm stronger than Mocha? I haven't actually met Mocha yet, but if you're worried about being weaker, I might have a way to make you a lot stronger if you're interested. Hopefully, if he played his cards right, he could end up with two vampires as a part of his peerage. Looking suddenly skeptical, Kokoa crossed her hands over her chest. And pray tell me, how would you be able to make me stronger? Smirking, Naruto leaned over until his lips were right next to her ear. I'll tell you after you prove yourself first. He was rewarded with her face going cherry red and deciding to offer a little encouragement. He said, you know, my family just so happens to have special powers. Looking up while trying to hide her blush, Kokoa nodded. And just what kind of special powers do you have? Smirking and moving his collar away from his neck, Naruto leaned down to whisper in her ear. The regenerative kind. And I bet you couldn't suck me dry even if you tried. So why don't you have a little taste? Looking at the boy's neck, Kokoa could honestly say the offer was very tempting. If he truly had the ability to regenerate, then he wouldn't mind her taking her fill, and the thought of being able to feed until she was full definitely excited her. The other benefit was that since his aura was so close to her sister's, it would no doubt give her a little boost that even she could admit she might be needing in her confrontation with Mocha once the ceremony was over. The only downside was that here was no downside, and that meant there was one, and she simply wasn't seeing it. So it was a very reluctant Kokoa that turned back to look into the eyes of the boy sitting next to her. Why are you offering this to me? What do you stand to gain? Smirking at the girl, especially since she was still glancing at his bare neck, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Let's just say I consider you an ally and I know just how powerful a vampire can get from feeding off of someone stronger than themselves. Nodding at the reasoning while slowly lowering her head, Cocoa waited until her mouth was in front of her target before allowing the boy one more out. You're positive you're fine with this? Smirking, the boy grabbed the back of her head and pressed it to his neck. Of course. Now, be a good girl and drink your fill. Right after he said that he felt a sharp pain on his neck and heard the vampire let out a small moan. Rubbing her head and enjoying the feeling of her pressed against him. Naruto once more scanned the crowd for his friends and while he didn't find them he saw a pink-haired girl staring at the girl currently feeding off him. For Cocoa, it was pure bliss. While it had admittedly been annoying to feel him grab the back of her head and pull her in, the rest had been bliss. Most monsters had predominantly bad-tasting blood or so she was told, but this monster had the best-tasting blood she had ever had. It tasted so rich that she had subconsciously let out a small moan when the flavor had first touched her taste buds. Hopefully, no one had heard that. After all, she still had her pride to look out for. She could also feel the wound trying to close shut around her fangs and that implied he had been telling the truth about his family's healing powers, which meant he indeed could regenerate blood and hopefully fill her completely. After a couple minutes, Naruto felt Cocoa gently pull out while licking the spot she had bitten, most lick Ely in an effort to get any remaining blood into her mouth. However, he did have to stop the urge to laugh when he saw her dreamy expression when she looked up at him. I suppose you're going to be wanting more eventually. Seeing her rapidly nod her head he shook his head fondly. Well, I suppose I can agree to that provided you ask permission first, of course. Looking at the boy who she was now on blood-sucking terms with. Cocoa nodded. I'll try my best but I don't know if I can wait. It tasted so good. Smiling he reached out his hand and softly ran it through her hair. Well, at least try. It might get a little awkward if people randomly see a girl sucking on my neck. He was very surprised to see a trickle of blood appear under her nose but he supposed that could only work in his favor in the end. Glancing around and seeing everybody appeared to have arrived, he turned back to Cocoa. We'll discuss more later. For now, let's see what this entrance ceremony is. Running in the direction of the auditorium, Sinon couldn't believe how late they were going to be. She had specifically set the alarm on her phone for an hour ahead, but it appeared that because of her and Silica staying up all night they had slept through it. Glancing to her left and confirming her sister was still there and not left behind, Sinon silently hoped they wouldn't be too late. Come on Silica, we're almost there. Feeling dead on her feet, Silica shook her head. But Sinon, we've been running since we left the dorms, can't we just take a little breather? Looking at and seeing the academy appeared to be about a 3-minute run, Sinon sighed. Fine, I suppose. It wouldn't look good for us to run in exhausted, but make it quick. Nodding at her sister, Silica bent over and laid both her hands on her knees. Thanks so. Cough. Much, Sinon. Huff. Any idea how late we're going to be? Keeping her hands on her hips to redistribute her breathing, Sinon said. Judging by how long we've been running and how close to the time it started when we left, I'd say, counting this break, around 10 minutes. Exactly how much trouble will we be in? Glancing at her sister, Sinon gained a thoughtful expression. Well, that will depend on if there's any interference with the ceremony. Does that usually happen? Not usually, but you never know. Ciali, with there being a vampire attending the ceremony. No sooner had Sinon said that did both girls hear a giant explosion and see two figures going through one of the walls of the building. I'd say we should be fine. Jumping out the hole she had made, Cocoa couldn't help the unholy anger she felt at these two creeps. Looking up a vampire's skirt was definitely not okay. So you two want a nice peek? I hope it was worth your lives. The two aforementioned monsters were both gigantic individuals, with them being just a little smaller than the building they had been thrown out of. The one on the left looked like some kind of purple Frankenstein monster, while the other monster was a red cyclops that seemed to have spikes coming out of both arms. Growling at the girl, it was the red cyclops that spoke first. You should just be grateful that an A-class monster decided to take an interest in you. He was entirely unprepared to see the girl laughing at the news of his class. Ha 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 ha, you're such losers bragging about only being A-class. Let's see how you take fighting someone much stronger than you. Not a second after she said that, Cocoa ran at the Frankens. Tane monster, and after ducking under a sloppy punch, she quickly barrel rolled underneath him until she was directly beneath his chest. Bending down and jumping soon after, she lifted her fist and Ahmed it right into the monster's chin, launching him into the air. A couple of seconds later the monster slammed into the ground and after twitching a couple of times remained motionless. Glancing at her other opponent, she was unsurprised to see him staring dumbly at her, no doubt shocked she had taken out his friend in a single blow. Slowly backing away, the monster looked positively terrified of the diminutive girl. Just what are you? Smirking and purposely showing off her fangs, Cocoa rested her hands on her hips. Now that would be telling. Besides, even if there wasn't a rule against it, filth like you don't deserve to know what I am. Walking to the monster, she allowed some of her aura to surround her, bathing her in a dark purple glow. Staring fearfully at the girl, the monster froze once he realized exactly what she was. That aura and your amazing strength, you're an S-class super monster, aren't you? A legendary vampire. Smirking while taking off into a Cocoa waited until she was approximately 15 feet from her target before jumping into the air. Got it in one, dumbass. Now, remember this lesson the next time you think of messing with me. Aligning herself so her feet were facing the monster, she lifted her right leg before launching it into the monster's chest. No sooner had she done that did the monster go flying away from his foe and through several trees before eventually stopping. Turning away from the spot the monster was lying, confident he wouldn't be getting back up, she turned to the now assembled crowd. Looking the array of people, Cocoa briefly saw a flash of pink and a girl nervously staring at her. Smirking at the girl and internally smiling at the flinch she made, Cocoa looked around before spotting Naruto a little away from the crowd, leaning against a wall. Walking towards him, she noticed he appeared to be grinning at her, obviously happy with her performance. Naruto, for his part, was internally dancing with excitement. It would seem the rumors of the strength of a vampire were completely true. She will make an excellent rook, provided, of course, I can actually get her to join my peerage. While he had not met her sister yet, he hoped her personality was at least similar to her sister's. You know, I never really took you for the type to draw so much attention to yourself. Smirking at the boy while glancing at the assembled crowd, Cocoa shrugged her shoulders. You obviously don't know me as well as you think you do. Nodding his head at her words, Naruto couldn't say they were necessarily false. After all, he did just meet the girl yesterday. However, one thing stood out. While I can't argue with the fact I don't know you too well, I highly doubt Hat was the only reason you beat them so quickly and thoroughly. So are you going to let me in on the other reason? Looking at the boy, Cocoa couldn't deny that she was pretty impressed. What gave me away? The way you beat them. Seeing she was still confused, he decided to elaborate. While I can't deny your method of beating them was effective, it was also basic. Your moves, while precise, only gave a brief demonstration of your abilities and power. They also lacked any proper style, which, judging from how expertly executed they were, I can safely assume you have won, but don't want to show it. The only reason for an individual at the top of the food chain to not want someone to see their style of fighting is if they are worried that it may put them at a disadvantage. So who is it that you're planning on fighting? In response, Cocoa simply pouted at the boy. Let's just say me and my sister have some issues to work out. Naruto couldn't believe his luck with how this was turning out. That could actually work in my favor. If I can see the both of them fight, I'll be able to better grasp the scope of their abilities while keeping mine hidden. So do you need any help? Glancing at the boy and swallowing her pride, Cocoa nodded her head. Two things actually. I want my fight with my sister to be one-on-one, so I need someone to keep her friends from interfering. I'd also like to feed off you right before confronting Mocha. I can see someone's getting greedy. I hope you're not already addicted to my blood. Shaking her head rapidly, Cocoa could only sigh. It's not that, it's just I've never been able to beat her before, and I need every advantage I can get. Glancing at the now parting crowd, Naruto sighed. How much did it boost your powers? Looking away from the boy in embarrassment, Cocoa remained silent. After a couple minutes and not hearing Naruto change the topic, the girl dropped her head in defeat before lifting a hand and pointing at the spot she had thrown the monsters through. You see that wall? At the boy's nod, she continued. Before drinking your blood, I wouldn't have been able to throw them out the wall unless I unleashed at least half of my power. This time, I was barely trying, and to be honest it was mostly an accident. Nodding while noticing that everyone appeared to be leaving, Naruto said, well, as fun as this is, it looks like everyone's leaving. When you're going to confront your sister, just find me and I'll let you have your fill. With that, Naruto turned around and walked in the direction he thought he saw Sinon in. Walking up the mountain again, Kushina was once again being given the cold shoulder by her queen, and frankly she was getting tired of it. Okay, that's it. What is your problem with me? Glancing at the other girl, Revel turned back to where she was looking. I don't know. Maybe it's that you caused a fucking avalanche. Causing tons of snow to fall on someone's head tends to put them in a bad mood. Blushing at the reminder, Kushina shook her head. While that's true, I'm not talking about now. You've had a problem with me since day one. And I want to know what it is. What did I ever do to make you hate me so much? Feeling her temper rise, Revel shrugged. You know exactly what you did. Looking at Revel in confusion, Kushina shook her head. No, I really don't. So tell me what I did that's making you hate me so much. Turning fully to face the girl, Revel crossed her hands over her chest. You tried to take him away from me. Suddenly realizing what this was about, Kushina shook her head while holding her hands up in surrender. Revel, I'm not taking your brother away from you, I promise. Feelin' tears forming in the corners of her eyes, Revel shook her head rapidly. Yes you are. He told me exactly what happened the night he rescued you. I'm not stupid, I can tell how you feel about him. I know you're planning on taking him away from me, but I won't let you. He's my brother and I refuse to lose him. Blushing at the memory of that night, Kushina gazed at the almost crying girl and sighed. Revel, while it's true I do have feelings for him, I'm not taking your brother away from you, I promise. Seeing the girl looking at her curiously, Kushina decided to keep explaining. You, his twin, and though I hate to admit it, you know him best, so no matter who he ends up with, I know you're going to stay by his side. Wiping away the tears in her eyes, Revel shook her head. But that doesn't mean anything. The whole reason I joined his peerage was so I could always be by his side. It's just that when I find out he was going to the Yukai Academy, I came to terms with something. He doesn't need me nearly as much as I need him. The thought terrified me, but it made me realize how I really felt about him, and that's why I won't let anyone take him away from me. Smirking at the girl, Kushina nodded her head. Well then, you're going to have some competition, because I'm not giving up either. Just because you're not losing him doesn't mean I'm just going to let you be with him. Wiping away the tears, Revel nodded her head. I wouldn't expect anything less, tomato. Hearing the nickname, Kushina fondly shook her head. Neither would I, Yakitori. Sitting on a park bench while watching her charges play on the playground, Mirjan silently hoped Kushina and Revel didn't kill each other. She had been training non-stop the last few weeks for the sole reason of making sure she was strong enough when the engagement was announced. Looking over at Wendy currently swinging on the swings, she could only wonder if it would be enough. Am I really strong enough? I know I'm not at Naruto's level, but I'd like to think I've definitely improved. While Mirjan was contemplating that, Wendy was currently swinging next to her best friend. You know, No, I'm starting to get worried about Mirjan. Stopping herself from going any higher, Kuno looked at her friend and frowned at the way she was gazing at Mirjan. I'm sure she's fine, Wendy. After all, it's Mirjan and nothing gets to Mirjan. To be honest, Wendy couldn't deny that. While Mirjan was not the strongest member of their peerage, she was definitely the best at dealing with hardship. She had honestly never even seen Mirjan get truly upset in all the years she had known her. I know, it's just she's been coming home every night totally exhausted and I'm starting to get worried she might be overdoing it. Looking over at the girl in question, Kuno admitted she did look tired if the bags under her eyes were anything to go by. Even if she is exhausted, there's nothing we can do, Wendy. Still looking at the girl that had been there for her ever since Grandini had left, Wendy felt truly helpless. She's always been there for me, whether it be pickin' me up when I fell or simply being a shoulder to lean on. She's always been silently watching over me, and now that she needs help I'm useless. Remembering all the things Mirjan had done for her, Wendy clenched her hands into fists. No, I can't accept that. I absolutely refuse to accept. There's nothing I can do to help her. Looking over at her friend and then at herself, Kuno shook her head. Wendy, look at us. While we're both powerful for our age, we're simply out of our league with this. What can two 10-year-olds really do to help an 18-year-old? Glancing at herself, Wendy sighed. I understand what you're saying, Kuno, I really do. While I'm strong, most of my strength lies with healing others, not hurting them. I'm not as powerful as Naruto, nor am I as smart as Ravel. I can't overcome stronger opponents like Mirjan. I'll never have as much stamina as Kushina, and compared to you, my ability with elemental manipulation is frankly laughable. I know all of that, but even though that's all true, I can't keep watching Mirjan suffer the way she is. She's always been there for me, and it's time I repaid that favor. Staring at her friend in awe, Kuno couldn't believe this was Wendy. The Wendy she knew had never been this sure of herself or this determined. Wendy, when did you become this strong? Looking at her friend once more, Kuno. You made a decision that could change her life forever. If Wendy wanted to get strong, then there was no way she was going to get left in the dust. So when do we start? Never in her imagination did Wendy think Kuno would ever agree to train with her. But Kuno, you're already so powerful. What would your mother say if she found out you were training with the devil? That had not been the first time someone had told her that. Far from it, actually. Being Yusaka's daughter and a nine-tails, she was always taken care of as if she was made of glass. She hadn't needed to actually fight foe or anything, and while she did train, it was usually light and didn't challenge her as much as it probably should. All my life I've been told, what would your mother say? Well, now I'm saying it doesn't matter. You're my friend Wendy, and if you're going to be getting stronger, I'll be there the entire way. In response, Wendy turned and looked over at Mirjan. Just wait a little longer. I promise I'll get strong enough and take some of that burden off your shoulders. Leaning against a tree located in front of the school, Naruto casually lowered himself down until he was sitting with his back against it. Would it help if I said I'm sorry? Maybe a little, but I'm just as much at fault as you are. The voice had surprisingly come from above, and upon closer inspection, Nan was laying down across one of the middle branches. So what can you tell me about Mocha Akashia? I've been able to get a basic understanding of her from Kokoa, but I'm assuming you would have more information for me. Once he said that he could practically feel the smirk forming on the girl's face. And here I thought the great and powerful Naruto wouldn't need help from little old me. Growing annoyed with the girl, Naruto casually lifted his fist and smashed it into the tree directly above his head. This caused the tree to suddenly shake, resulting in the cat girl losing her balance and falling directly in front of him. Luckily she hadn't been too hurt. If anything, her pride seemed more injured than her body. You know, it's not a wise choice to anger those that are stronger than you. Holding back his laugh at the glare currently being sent his way, Naruto rested both hands behind his head. But in all seriousness, what have you been able to find out? Rubbing but while still glaring, the boy Sinon sighed. Most of the stuff I found out is pretty basic. However, there is something you would definitely find interesting. It appears that Mocha is able to undergo a transformation whenever the rosary around her neck is removed. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto didn't see what was so interesting about that. So she just has a limiter on her. That's not exactly uncommon. He was surprised to see Sinon looking at him like he was stupid. I know what a limiter is, and trust me, this isn't that. Everybody that I was able to find that has fought her has agreed on one thing. She hasn't removed it herself a single time. In response to this information, Naruto could only sigh. If that's indeed true, then this could become a problem. I need her at full power in order to be able to judge her full power during her battle with Kokoa, but she won't be able to do that unless I allow someone to remove the rosary from her. Doing this, however, would result in Kokoa not having a one-on-one fight like she wanted and forcing me to lie to her. How many people can actually remove the rosary, and is there some correlation between them? From what I've been able to gather, only one person can remove it, and that person is the boy that's usually walking around with her. Suddenly looking at the girl in surprise, Naruto shook his head. That's a nasty handicap to have. How much of her power is limited while she's wearing this rosary, and what makes this boy so special? From what I've been able to gather, her power is being majorly held back. While the rosary is on her neck, she's probably an even match for Silica when it comes to close combat. However, judging from the rumors surrounding her, it's safe to conclude that when it's removed, she might even be an even match for you. Smirking at the stunned look on the boy's face, Sinon continued. The boy in question actually has a ton of rumors surrounding him. Apparently he was accused of being a human last year and was only cleared of all charges after him and his group apparently defeated a four-tailed Yoko. Processing the information while noticing Sinon leaving, no doubt in search of Silica, Naruto silently hoped that everything would come to fruition the way he wanted it to. The more I find out, the less I want to recruit Mocha Akashiya. Her power's the only thing holding me back from outright dismissing her. A sealed vampire is no use to me no matter how potentially strong she can get when unsealed. While it's a possibility my flames might be able to unseal her, I don't want to find out after the fact that I'm wrong. Looking up, both Kushina and Revel were mesmerized by the sight of some kind of icy castle. The entire outside wall was a giant reflection of different colors, most likely from the effects of the sun's rays reflecting off the ice that made up the structure. Surrounding the castle were 4 towers that gave it a very medieval design, which contrasted deeply by the ethereal glow coming off of it. Looking at the castle, Akashina turned to Revel. I think we found what we're looking for. Looking over the area, Revel glanced around and noticed that there appeared to be nobody around. That's strange. I'd expect the girl that threw us down the mountain to be around here somewhere. She obviously didn't want us to get too close the first time, but she allowed us to get her unopposed this time. And look at how the light is glinting off the tallest tower. Have you ever seen anything so pretty? Ignoring the other girl, Revel tried to figure out where this girl could be. It just doesn't make any sense. Why prevent someone from getting somewhere only to let them reach it without any opposition? Unless there is opposition, and we're not seeing it. Quickly kicking Kushina away from their position and jumping in the opposite direction, Revel watched as a giant wave of ice descended on where they had been mere moments ago. Quickly righting herself, Revel turned in the direction the attack had come from and saw a girl standing in front of some cave with a hand outstretched in the direction they had been. The girl appeared to be around 15 years old, 5 feet 3 in height, possessing an angular face, with pale skin, a modest bust, dark brown hair that was done up into twin-picked ails that reached her waist and held together using silver ribbons, and probably the most alluring pair of icy blue eyes. She was wearing a purple kimono with white snowflakes going down it and a necklace shaped like a snowflake. Looking at the girl, Revel couldn't deny it. She was definitely pretty, but more importantly, judging from the attack, she was without a doubt powerful. Glancing at Kushina and seeing how cold she was and the involuntary shivers she was letting out, Revel made a decision. Kushina, I need you to leave right now. Turning around in shock at her queen, Kushina rapidly shook her head. No, we came all this way just so we wouldn't have to fight an unknown threat by ourselves. Not turning away from the girl that was watching them, Revel said. This isn't a debate. At your current state, you'd be more of a liability. I can't fight her while covering you, and at the moment you stand a high chance of freezing to death. That's why I'm ordering you to teleport to the mansion and stay there until I return. But Revel, I gave you a direct order. Kushina, now follow it. Looking at her queen and then the other girl, Kushina finally accepted this was just how it would have to go. Promise me you'll come back, Revel. It won't be any fun without having you around to tease. Still not taking her eyes off the other girl, Revel nodded her head. Don't go getting all sappy on me, tomato. I don't plan on dying here. Feeling Kushina's energy spike before disappearing, Revel sighed, knowing she was at least going to be safe. I appreciate you letting my ally leave just now, though I have to wonder why you did. In response, the other girl lifted her left hand and started to gather her power into the center of it. It is not my way to hurt someone when I don't have to. Besides, it was in my best interest to get rid of a potential opponent without having to waste any energy. Nodding in response while also raising her right hand and gathering her power into the center of it. Well, no matter the reason, I appreciate it. My name's Revel Finex, and before we do this I'd like to know your name and if you'd be interested in joining a devil's peerage. Well, Ravel, my name's Skyler Mamiya, and I'll tell you what, defeat me and I'll join your peerage. It's actually my brother's peerage, and what happens if I lose? Smirking, the now named Skyler pulled back her arm. So you're not even the one in charge, and as for what happens, well, let's just say it won't be pretty. Now freeze, you impudent girl. Once the words left her mouth, Skyler thrust her hand out, and a beam of ice flew at Ravel, only to be intercepted by a pillar of flame. Glancing at the attacks and seeing her ice was not breaking, rough, Skyler cancelled the attack and jumped out of the way of the still approaching flames. It would seem that our attacks are evenly matched. How disappointing. Looking at the girl, Ravel couldn't help but be wary. The problem was Skyler was right. Those attacks had been evenly matched, which shouldn't have been possible. She had felt the amount of power Skyler had put into her attack and had purposely matched it. That should have made her the winner, since fire naturally had an advantage over ice. However, that had not been the case. I don't know what you did, but I will figure it out. Smirking at the girl, Skyler materialized 3 spikes of ice behind her. Of that, I have no doubt. The true question is, will you figure it out in time? With that said, she quickly launched her ice constructs at the other girl. Jumping out of the way, Ravel quickly sent a burst of flame at the other girl and frowned when she saw her simply take the attack head-on. Waiting for a couple of seconds for the flames to clear, Ravel was shocked to see what appeared to be some kind of dome made of ice standing where the girl used to be. So it would seem her ice can be used both offensively and defensively. She doesn't appear that skilled in close combat, but at the same time, without knowing the full scope of her powers, I don't want to get into close. Watching the dome slowly separate in half, Ravel was shocked to see the remains of the dome slowly float to Skyler and start to encompass her body like some kind of armor. So she's able to shield herself using it as well. My only chance is something hot enough to melt it. Forming 2 fireballs in each hand, Ravel quickly clasped her hands together and thus created a bigger fireball. Shooting the fireball in the sky, Ravel smirked at seeing it separate into 10 smaller fireballs that approached her opponent. Seeing the attack coming from above, Skyler could only sigh. Her opponent had actually seemed pretty smart, but if she was making this much of a rookie mistake, she would have to reform her opinion of her. Taking the attack head-on, Skyler silently waited for the smoke to clear. When it finally did, she noticed Ravel appeared to be holding her right arm while concentrating her power into the arm. What exactly is she planning? It's obvious she knows there's no way she can win. Even if she was able to melt my ice, I could easily just reform it. Ravel silently willed her flames into her right hand before slowly spreading it along her arm. Concentrating, Ravel made the flames as hot as she possibly could while still maintaining its shape. This technique might not be as strong as my brother's version, but I'm sure it'll get the job done. Taking off into a run, Ravel tried her best to pick up as much speed as she could. Seeing the girl about to reach her with that technique, Skyler quickly formed a wall of ice in between the two. There's no way I'm letting you touch me with that. Looking at the wall appearing before her, Ravel quickly jumped in the air before slashing her right arm forward right through the wall and into the vicinity of her target. Enjoying her opponent's shocked face, Ravel thrust out her right arm and pierced into the shoulder of the other girl. For Skyler, the whole experience was surreal. 1 second she was on top and the next she had an arm being thrust into her shoulder. Feeling the flames shooting out of the other side of her shoulder, she quickly jumped back while pressing her right arm to the spot where she had been hit. Smirking at the girl while internally thanking her brother for teaching her that technique, Ravel silently relished in her victory. Now that I've won, I suppose you'll come quietly. Ha 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 ha, yo. Really an idiot if you haven't realized it yet. It only took Ravel a second to realize what she was talking about before she glanced at her right arm. The arm looked relatively fine except for the fact that her fingertips were frozen solid and it appeared to be spreading upward. Relishing in the dawning realization of her opponent, Skyler started freezing the spot where she had been struck. I see you finally realized what exactly happened. I didn't try to stop you with that wall. No, I wanted you to break through it. Once you touched my ice, you sealed your fate. You see, my ice has a special ability granted to it by the sacred gear I possess, and anything it touches will freeze until there's nothing left. I do have to congratulate you, though. Nobody's ever been able to injure me before, so I will admit you were a worthy foe. Looking at her arm and seeing the ice had already spread to her elbow, Ravel shook her head. You sure are an arrogant one. You're not the only one with a trump card. Using her left arm to grab her soon-to-be frozen arm directly underneath the shoulder, Ravel ripped the appendage off her body. Staring in shock at the other GI, RL Skyler couldn't believe she would actually sacrifice an arm just to win this battle. I see. It's too bad that you're still going to lose. There's no way you can beat me, no matter how injured I am with one arm. Smirking at the other girl, Ravel said. Who said I was planning on fighting you with just one arm? Slowly, the spot where she had lost her arm erupted into flames before a perfect copy of her original arm formed. You'll have to excuse the delay. My powers sometimes take a while to activate. Glancing at the now uninjured girl in annoyance while still holding her right arm to her left shoulder, Skyler went over her options. The only way to defeat her is to freeze her in one shot. Otherwise, she'll simply dispose of the frozen limb, and I'll be back to square one. With a plan in mind, she gently took her right arm off her shoulder before pointing her palm at Ravel. Slowly concentrating, she poured every last ounce of her power into this last attack. I'm not out of this fight yet. Now, witness my most powerful attack. Seeing what the girl was attempting to do, Ravel concentrated all of her power into her hands before running at the other girl's position. It doesn't matter how powerful your attack is if you can't match me. Smirking at the other girl, Skyler shook her head, as if such weak flames would be able to beat my most powerful attack. Once she said that, Skyler once again thrust her hand out, although instead of a simple blast of ice forming, instead a dragon made of ice formed and launched itself at Ravel. Seeing he dragon approaching her, Ravel aimed her hands at the ground and launched her flames. The force of the flames served its purpose in launching the girl into the air and over the dragon. It doesn't matter how powerful the attack is if it can't reach me. Looking at her opponent's shocked face, Ravel concentrated her power into her right hand only. Instead of turning it into flames, she spun it into the shape of a swirling ball. Now, it's time I ended this battle. Landing on the ground in front of the girl, Ravel thrust her arm directly into Skyler's stomach. The technique slowly ground into her stomach before finally launching the other girl away. Skyler had been horrified to see the girl simply jump over her dragon. So horrified, in fact, that she had momentarily forgotten she was in a battle. And sat there and watched her opponent form that ball of power in her hand. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she would not enjoy that touching her, but unfortunately by time she had realized what was happening, Ravel had been mere feet in front of her. Skyler had quickly tried to raise some form of protection only to feel an intense pain in her arms and become RCED to remember just how much magic she had unleashed from her right arm and the attack she had taken to her left. That's why it had been an utterly defenseless Skyler that had watched the other GI RL's attack impact with her stomach and launch her away, only for her flight to be stopped by her back impacting the castle she had so tirelessly made. Ignoring the searing pain her body was in, Skyler forced herself to look at the girl who had possessed the power to defeat her. Maybe being a part of this peerage won't be so bad. It'll give me a chance to fight others like this girl. Sir. Endering herself to blissful unconsciousness, she briefly saw a pair of flame wings before her vision went black. Standing on a building with Sinon and Silica, Naruto looked down at the confrontation that was taking place. Currently, Kokoa could be seen standing in front of 5 individuals, 4 girls and 1 boy. It should be mentioned that the girl closest to the boy just so happened to be the vampire Mocha Akashia. However, currently, the girl was not giving off any kind of power and was instead allowing her friends to fight the younger girl. It would seem your sources were right. Sinon, and with such a handicap, Mocha is simply not worth my time. While Sinon seemed to agree, Silica didn't get the reasoning behind such a dismissal. But if she's so strong when released, does it really matter how weak she is when sealed? Not if she can't unseal herself. It had been Sinon that had voiced the answer, but Silica just couldn't see why they'd so willingly throw away a potential ally with that kind of power. Seeing the girl about to voice her opinion once again and most likely distract him from the events happening below, Naruto said, "Look at it like this. I need people who can be trusted to guard my back in a battle. The first problem is that she can't unseal herself, so if I wanted her, I'd automatically also need someone that could unseal her as well, which would simply be a wasted piece. Second, there has to be a reason that her power is sealed, and because of this, she might not want it unsealed as much as I would need. Finally, the girl is in a large group if you'll notice, and therefore has connections here which she'll probably refuse to leave unless I took them with me, and that would just cause me to waste a bunch of pieces for one girl. Even if she's a vampire, that simply isn't worth it. Looking over at Sinon and seeing her give a brief nod, Naruto decided it was about time he joined in the fun. But not to worry, I'm sure Kokoa will more than make up for it. Now, I want you both to stay up here. With those parting words, Naruto quickly jumped down from his perch and landed next to Kokoa. I don't suppose you'd mind one more guest to this party? Smirking at the now shocked stares her sister and her friends were giving her, Kokoa said. No, you're just on time actually. Now, do you mind if I get a little boost? Nodding his head, Naruto moved his collar out of the way, leaving the side of his neck exposed. No, go ahead and take your fill. Practically giddy with excitement, Kokoa moved until she was flush Agai. NST, the slightly younger boy, and pressed her face into the crook of his neck. Thank you again for doing this. With those last words, she finally allowed herself to sink her fangs into the boy's neck. Holding her head where it was as well as watching the other group, Naruto noticed they all seemed to be shocked by his added presence. Don't worry, I'm just here to keep you all from interfering. Jumping over a fireball, Wendy quickly launched a gust of wind at the location her opponent was standing. Unfortunately, her opponent was a Nine-Tails and therefore had a mastery of fire. The result was her wind simply supplying more oxygen for the fireball Kuno intercepted it with. Using her hands to push the wind in the opposite direction, Wendy allowed it to carry her out of range of her opponent's attack. Looking over, she was unsurprised to see Kuno had all her tails out and was preparing to launch another flurry for fireballs. Kuno, for her part, was having a blast. She had never fought an opponent that she had such a natural advantage over. It seemed that all Wendy's attacks were able to do was fuel her flames, and this had caused her attacks to reach a whole new level of power. Thankfully, however, the other girl had realized this early on. After all, it wouldn't be fun if she accidentally killed her friend. Swiftly throwing a few more fireballs, she prepared to unleash a medium-powered Kitsune Bai. Seeing the technique Kuno was about to unleash, Wendy quickly began gathering magic into her stomach and allowing it to travel towards her throat. Puffing out her cheeks, she waited until Kuno had finished preparing her attack before unleashing her own Kitsune Bai, Sky Dragon's Roar. The two attacks, upon meeting in the middle, turned into a near inferno, with the Kitsune Bai feeding off the extra oxygen the Sky Dragon's Roar provided. It didn't take long for Kuno's attack to overpower Wendy's. Unfortunately, the minimal damaging attack had, at this point, grown into a far more powerful attack and was now heading to the nearly exhausted Dragon Slayer. Evil explosion. No sooner had the words been spoken did all of the water from the river next to their spar suddenly impact the approaching inferno. Once that happened, the fire quickly turned to steam and successfully alleviated the situation. Turning away from the sit, both girls saw Mirjan currently in her Satan soul form looking at them sternly. You know, when I agreed to watch over your training session, I expected you guys to take it easy, not try to kill each other. Seeing both girls lower their heads and on the verge of apologizing for their actions, Mirjan continued. That being said, even I'll admit that was one kick-ass attack. Teleporting G to the Finex estate, Ria started walking down a hallway looking for her target. It had been a while since she last saw Naruto and had decided to send him a message. The problem was she had sent it yesterday. Usually, it only took either of them a couple of hours at the most to respond. He had still not responded, and therefore, she had decided to pay him a visit and figure out why he was ignoring her. She had purposely come alone in the hopes that it wouldn't draw as much attention. There was no reason to let Riser know she was here, or Ravel for that matter. Those two had always had the ability to rub her the wrong way and had proven so over the years. Riser reminded her far too much of a peacock that always wanted to spread its feathers and show the world just how great it was. He was probably the most arrogant and infuriating boy she had ever met, and while she didn't mind a little flirting, it was annoying seeing the way he treated women. Ravel was a different story altogether. She wouldn't have minded being the girl's friend, however she could see the sentiment was definitely not reciprocated. The girl had been outright hostile, and she couldn't for the life of her understand what she had done to make Ravel hate her so much. Running down a hallway, Kushina was frantically searching for somebody, anybody, to go help Ravel before something bad happened to her. She had felt the power the other girl exuded, and while uncontrolled, she was definitely a force Ravel shouldn't be taking on alone. It was annoying to be of so little help, but she could accept the fact that while powerful, she had been out of her element. On a side note, she wondered if it was possible for devils to get frostbite. Her toes were looking a little too purple for her taste. Coming across a bend, Kushina saw someone who had to be a long-lost cousin if the similar hair colors were anything to go by. Though she only saw the girl's back, it was obvious she was sneaking around for some reason. Though, to be honest, with how eccentric some of the family's peerage members could be, she wouldn't blame her. "Hey, you!" The girl jumped at hearing that and looked startled. "Just who the hell are you, and what are you doing here?" Turning around and hoping it wasn't either of the two she was avoiding, Rias was surprised to see the other girl. If her hair had been just a few shades darker, there was no doubt she could pass as a member of the Grimoire family. Deciding that there was probably a chance this girl could save her a lot of time, Rias said, "Well, to answer your question, my name is Rias Grimoire, heiress to the Grimoire clan. I am currently looking for Naruto Finex and was wondering if you could bring me to him." "Are you stupid?" Quickly covering her mouth and blushing furiously, Kushina desperately wished the ground would simply swallow her up. She was familiar with the name Rias. After all, Naruto and Ravel had talked about her before. But now she had a face to associate with the name. Looking up and seeing a very unamused face, Kushina quickly went about rectifying the situation. "I'm so sorry. My name's Kushina Uzumaki, and I was just surprised you didn't know where Naruto is. I had assumed you guys were friends given how much he talks about you and the amount of effort he's going through to cancel your engagement." Blushing furiously at the thought of how much Naruto had apparently talked about her, Rias said, "It's no trouble, really. I was simply surprised by your question. Now, while I do consider Naruto my friend, I am unfortunately clueless to his whereabouts. Would you by chance be able to shed some light on where he is?" Breathing out a sigh of relief, Rias was just happy she was going to find out the information and not have to deal with Riser or Ravel. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you." It was amazing how quickly someone's hopes could come crashing down. It had been too easy, Rias supposed. And nothing concerning Naruto had ever been easy. Rubbing her temples to ward off the approaching headache, Rias asked, "And why, may I ask, are you unable to disclose that information?" In response, Kushina put on a thoughtful expression. "I don't know. All I do know is that the only ones who can tell you are Ravel, Riser, Lord Finex or Naruto himself, and he isn't here to tell you." Desperately clinging to hope, Rias asked, "I don't suppose Lord Finex is free at the moment?" Looking at the other girl and silently willing her to tell her that yes, Lord Finex could take her. And she wouldn't have to see the two people she despised most in this world. She was disappointed to see her shake her head. Thinking about it and deciding to pick the lesser of two evils, Rias asked, "Okay, where's Ravel? I prefer her over Riser any day." On hearing the name, Kushina instantly remembered what she was originally looking for. "Ravel, I have to go find someone to help her." Running past the girl, she quickly went in search of someone that would be able to help her queen. Watching the other girl run away, Rias wondered what must be in the water to make everybody so crazy here. Shrugging her shoulders, she decided to go find the only other person that could help her. Naruto better be damn grateful she was willing to go through this much effort to find out where he was. Allowing the vampire currently sucking his blood to get her fill, Naruto used this time to analyze the people in front of him. There were 5 people in total, 4 girls, and 1 boy. That meant the boy must be the one that was capable of removing the rosary, which was good to know. The other girl's power was pitiful at best, and it was obvious none would be much of a challenge. The boy appeared to be a typical average boy. He was around 5 feet 6, had black hair, brown eyes, and a relatively athletic physique. He was wearing the mandatory male uniform of the Kai Academy and a bracelet on his arm that had some kind of cross hanging from it. According to the information he had gotten, the boy's name was Sukune Aono. The person next to him was a beautiful girl who was about 5 feet 5 and appeared to be the tallest female. She had long pink hair that ended just past the middle of her back, big green eyes, and a curvaceous figure with a modest bust. She was wearing the female uniform with the only alteration being the chokers around her neck that had a rosary hanging from it. She was obviously Kokoa's older sister Mocha Akashia. Moving on the next girl was slightly shorter than Mocha, had short purple hair, she has blue eyes, with a bit of purple at the top and it appeared that instead of her pupil being black it was blue. She's wearing a light brown checkered skirt, a white sweatshirt with long dark blue sleeves, long purple striped stockings with white shoes and a belt tied to her left leg. The girl also appeared to be sucking on some kind of lollipop. This was Mizore Shirayuki and apparently she was a creature that's power focused on ice. The next girl, while shorter, one of the biggest pair of breasts Naruto had ever seen. She had short blue hair tied back with a purple headband that has one star on the side, and deep purple eyes. She is currently wearing a plain long-sleeved white shirt with a red bow tie, a pale yellow-colored vest, a brown checked skirt and white leg warmers and plain black dress shoes. This was Kurumu Kurono, and judging from her attire as well as the slight illusion surrounding her eyes, she was obviously a succubus. The last girl appeared to be far too young to even be going to this school. She looked to be about 10 years old and stood at about 5 feet 2. She had short black hair and brown eyes. She was wearing a yellow shirt with a cape over it, the normal skirt every girl wore, black boots, a witch's hat, and was holding a wand in her right hand. The obvious witch's name was Yukari Sendo. Seeing them looking at him and Kokoa warily, Naruto decided to get to business and pointed at the only boy of the group. "You, do me a favor and remove the rosary from Mocha Akashia's neck." If anything, that made the group tense up even more. "You might want to do as I say. Once Kokoa's done feeding, I promise you she's not going to be in the mood to wait for you to do it." As if in response to that, Kokoa detached her fangs from his neck and after licking up any excess blood, she turned her attention to the group her sister was a part of. "Now that I've gotten a meal, I suggest you prepare yourself, Mocha, because this is the day I finally beat you." In response, Mocha began shivering slightly. "Listen, Kokoa, I can't fight you. We both know my powers are sealed away." Smirking at the girl, Naruto pointed at the boy standing next to her. "As true as that may be, according to the rumors, he's able to remove the rosary around your neck and undo the seal." Looking at each other, Sukune was the one who spoke next. "Listen, even if we wanted to help you, we're not exactly supposed to be releasing the seal all the time." That seemed to be the wrong thing to say. Because as soon as he had said it, Kokoa's aura suddenly flared and encased her in a purple glow. "What do you mean you can't undo the seal? That's my sister, you idiot, and she's trapped in her own body." Seeing the surprised looks on everybody's faces, she yelled, "Oh, don't tell me you're that stupid. My sister was born with her powers and had silver hair. That girl might have my sister's body, but she is not the girl I grew up with." Naruto could now understand her pain. If it had been Ravel, he knew he'd do anything to free her. "This is getting us nowhere. And the longer we stand here, the less time Kokoa can use her power up." Deciding to speed things up, he lit his right arm on fire. "It would seem you won't listen to reason, so it looks like I'll have to use force." Once that was said, he chucked the fireball at the blue-haired girl and was unsurprised to see her jump out of the way. It seemed to have done the trick because the pink-haired girl stepped forward. "Okay, listen, I know you want the rosary removed, but there's no need for violence." However, once she had said that, she was forced to duck under a fireball that slightly scorched her hair. Looking up, she saw Naruto holding another fireball in his hand and giving her a look, daring her to tell him to stop. "It's quite obvious you will only fight if I make you, so here's my ultimatum, fight or burn. Your choice." Smiling at the end, Naruto once more launched a fireball at the group and watched as they ran for cover behind a couple of trash cans. Turning to the other girl, he saw her looking at him in surprise. "I told you I would get you your fight, and I don't go back on my word." In response, Kokoa looked to where her target must have been. "It's on. Lee going to hurt you more the longer you hide, Mocha. So, just come out and fight me." However, Mocha was too busy panicking behind their hiding spot. Glancing around, she noticed everyone else seemed to be pretty shaken. "Guys, I know they're being jerks, but I'm sure Kokoa and her friend wouldn't actually hurt us." Her speech, while compelling, was utterly ruined by the fact that her hair was currently on fire. Mocha, your hair's kind of on fire. Looking confused at the girl's words, Mocha suddenly realized why she had been feeling kind of warm. Looking in the reflection on one of the cans they were hiding behind, she noticed that her hair was indeed on fire. Oh my god, you're right. Kurumu, quick, someone put out my hair. Thankfully Mizore reacted quickly and froze Mocha T. Hus, extinguishing the flames before she was left without hair. Looking at the rest of the group, Mizore noticed they all seemed to be glaring at her. What? I put it out, didn't I? Now, we can figure out what we're going to do. It was the youngest member that decided to speak next. Why don't we just remove the rosary like they want? With the way things are going, we're going to have to anyway. Once she said that, the whole group besides the still frozen Mocha turned to Sukune. Seeing all the attention was on him, the boy felt pretty nervous. Look, guys, I'll talk to Mocha about it, but I'm not making any promises. Back with Naruto and Kokoa, they were both simply waiting for the others to show themselves. It had been a couple of minutes and Naruto had finally stopped his onslaught, since it didn't seem to be getting them anywhere. Turning to the girl next to him, he said, "You're sure they'll remove the rosary?" Still facing the spot they would come out of, Kokoa nodded her head. Yeah, I'm positive. Mocha wouldn't back down from a fight, no matter who's in control of her body. As if in response to her words, the sun suddenly turned red and a group of BATs converged in the spot behind the trash cans. Stepping out from behind the hiding spot was the inner form of Mocha. The only differences were that she had gained slightly larger assets, her hair had changed to silver. And she was no longer wearing the rosary. Smirking at the two, Mocha started stretching out the kinks that had developed from being sealed. Well, it looks like I have you too. Think for this, Kokoa, though I'm surprised by the lengths you'd go through just for a fight. Naruto had been prepared for a lot of things. He'd been ready to see two vampires fight, see countless amounts of property damage, and possibly even have to intervene before it got truly ugly. He had, however, not been prepared for Kokoa to suddenly leap from her position and with a shout of "Big Sister!" tackle Mocha and wrap her hands around her waist. The sounds of multiple face palms could be heard. Teleporting back to her home while carrying her unconscious opponent, Revel walked to one of the bedrooms set aside for the use of Naruto's peerage. Laying the girl in the bed, she exited the room and walked in the direction she had sensed Kushina's power. The other girl had no doubt been quite worried, and she wanted to make sure she didn't do anything drastic. Rounding a corner, she was surprised to feel someone collide with her, knocking them both down. Looking up, she was shocked to see Rias Grimori sitting opposite her and currently nursing her head, no doubt caused from the impact. What exactly are you doing here, Rias? Getting up and brushing any dirt from her outfit, Rias looked at one of the people that had the information she sought. I was simply looking for Naruto when some girl named Kushina told me he was off somewhere and I was not allowed to know where unless you or Riser told me. In response, Revel lifted herself off the ground and smirked at the older girl. That would be correct, though unfortunately for you I'm not in a very telling mood. Easting the urge to wipe that smirk off her face, Rias softly rubbed her temple to alleviate the headache she knew was going to get from this conversation. Be that as it may, Naruto and I are friends, and therefore I'm sure he wouldn't mind me having that information. In response, Revel's smirk seemed to grow even smugger. Humph, I don't know about that. If you two were really so close, I am sure he would have told you where he was going. But since you're asking me, it's pretty obvious he didn't trust you with that information. Gaining a tick mark above her right eye at that barb, Rias once again decided to try to be civil. Look, I know we aren't the best of friends. I wouldn't call us friends at all. Ignoring the other girl's words, she continued. But I'm sure you see and understand me wanting to know where Naruto is. Frowning at the other girl, Revel said, "Oh, I understand completely. I understand that you have feelings for Naruto and plan on ending up with him." Taking the other girl's now blushing face as all the answer she needed, Revel continued. "I also understand that should you fail to cancel the engagement, Naruto is going to challenge Riser in order to allow you a better chance of ending it. It's also to my understanding that should that happen you would have the ability to deny Naruto the chance of getting out of the engagement he will then find himself in and marry him against his will. So, as you can see, Rias, I understand more than you think I do." Looking shocked at the other girl's words, Rias frantically shook her hands and raised her hands as if in surrender. Listen Revel, you have it all wrong. While I may like your brother, I promise I would never do anything like that to him. Looking unconvinced, Revel walked arrow. Owned Rias and went back to searching for Kushina, but not before leaving a few parting words. It doesn't matter in the end, since I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that Naruto does not end up engaged to you. It honestly doesn't matter to me whether or not you end up becoming my sister, but know this. Conjuring a fireball in her right hand, Revel turned her head to allow Rias to see just how serious she was. Try taking my brother away and I will end you. I don't care who your brother is or that fact that you're the heiress of the Grimoire clan. If you mess with my family, I'll destroy you. And I'll do it with a smile on my face. It was a decidedly pale Rias that left the Finex estate, deciding maybe it would be best to simply wait for Naruto to respond back to her message on his own. Floating in the dimensional gap, two figures could be seen. The first was a young girl with gray eyes and long black hair down to her hips, effectively hiding her pointed ears. She was wearing a gothic Lolita dress. This is Ophis, the dragon god of infinity, and she was currently facing the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato Senju. Akatsuki is an organization Ophis set up that serves directly under the Chaos Brigade. Nagato was a tall man with purple eyes that had ripple patterns running through them and shoulder-length bright red hair. He was also wearing a black robe with red clouds placed on it. It was Ophis who spoke first. I trust the mission I assigned you is going well. In response, Nagato nodded while passing Ophis an envelope. Yes, we have been able to ascertain the location of all the tailed beast holders. We will soon send out men to capture them and bring them to you. Ophis nodded her head. Good, every time you capture one I want you to have Naruto unlock their tailed beast. Looking at his leader in surprise, he asked. Yes, I understand, but how do you expect me to get him to agree to this? Still looking emotionless, the girl looked around her at what had been and would once again be her home. He will agree because I'll talk to him personally. The truth of the matter is this arrangement benefits him more than anyone. Every time he unlocks a tailed beast, he'll gain an ability from that beast until he has them all. Once that happens, he'll be able to combine them with his flames and be able to command the legendary flame drive. When that happens, he'll gain enough power to be at the same level as me, and between the two of us, we can kick the Great Red out of the dimensional gap. Smirking at the dragon as well as checking the time, Nagato noticed it was about time for his next rating game. As interesting as this conversation has been, I do believe it's time I took my leave. I have a rating game to get to and as the current number 1, it wouldn't look good for me to miss it. Turning away from the other man, Ophis said, That is fine, we were done anyway. I will be expecting your next report soon, though. Feeling the man disappear, she took one last look around the space she occupied. Soon you will be strong enough, Naruto, and when that time comes I will finally be able to return home for good. Walking back to their dorms, it was an annoyed Naruto that watched the practically skipping Kokoa walk next to him. You know, if you only wanted to see her again, you didn't to drink my blood and led everyone on into thinking you wanted a fight. Still smiling, Kokoa said, Well, to be fair, I knew the only way I'd get to see my sister was if I forced her to come out. As for the drinking your blood, well, it tastes so good I just couldn't resist, plus it allowed Mocha to see me when I was stronger. Smirking at the girl, Naruto was about to retort before he saw Inen running from what looked like some kind of giant snake. Turning to Kokoa, he said, Well, as fun as this is, it looks like Sinon needs me. I'll talk to you later. Running after the location W. Here he saw them go. He missed the smile Kokoa gave him when she saw where he was going. Sinon was not having a good day. It had started when she saw Naruto jump from the roof to go help Kokoa. He had stayed until the point Naruto had started launching fireballs and had wisely decided it might be best to leave the immediate vicinity. So she had taken Silica back to the dorms, and just when she was going to check how the battle went, her worst fear had come true. When she had been passing the front doors, Mukia Archimo, a third-year student, had dropped down in front of her. He was an average-looking boy that had long brown hair tied into a ponytail and dark green eyes with a slit going down the middle. He was wearing the male uniform with the only addition being a gold watch on his left arm. Normally she would have chalked this up to it just being a coincidence, but when she had tried to walk past him, his tongue had literally shot at her. While she had been able to duck under it in time, she had been forced to run away from the follow-up attack. These events all led her to the current situation she found herself in, running away from an older student who most likely was going to catch her, and once he did, do unspeakable things to her. So Sinon ran for as long as she could, but unfortunately that did not account for much. The chase had lasted for a couple of minutes before she found herself in the forest surrounding the school facing Mocha. The only difference was that he had apparently decided to transform into his monster form. Currently he was a gigantic brown snake that appeared to be over 30 feet long. Putting her arm in front of her, Sinon formed a magic seal and was elated to see her bow appear in her hands with a quiver full of arrows appearing on her back. I don't know why you chased me here, but I promise that whatever you plan on doing to me won't be as easy as you think. While she said this, she was notching an arrow and taking aim. Smirking at the girl's actions, Mocha began slithering around her and watched as she kept turning in the direction his head was. My dear Sinon, I've been watching you since last year. I know exactly how strong you are. And we both know you need someone to protect you. So here's my offer: become my girlfriend and I'll protect you and that cute sister of yours. In response, Sinon quickly pulled back the arrow before letting it fly. However, she was horrified to see Mocha move out of the way before lunging at her and biting into her arm. Feeling her body suddenly go numb, she could only watch helplessly as the creature currently injecting her with venom suddenly wrapped its body around hers. Mocha was having a wonderful day. He had been carefully and methodically trying to figure out everything he could about Sinon. She was definitely a Nekomata from all the times her tail and ears popped out, but he had been delighted to find that she specialized in ranged combat. It had made planning her capture all the easier, and now that he had her, all he had to do was inject her with his race's paralyzing venom and bring her back to his dorm. It had been a simple yet clever plan, and he couldn't wait to see it come to fruition. So it had been a big surprise that when he had tried to slither away with Sinon in his hold, his path had been blocked by a blue fireball. Looking up, he was met with the sight of the boy he had seen Sinon hanging out with earlier. Folding his arms over his chest, Naruto frowned at Mocha. Didn't your mother ever teach you how to treat a lady? Seeing he was getting no visible response, he tried a different approach. Look, let's make a deal. Let her go, and I'll forget I saw you do what you're doing, or I'll make you let her go. Depositing the girl and getting into a striking position, Mocha asked the boy. And what makes you think you can make me do anything? Smirking at the animal, Naruto said. Well duh. T's simple, didn't you know birds hunt snakes, and a little snake like you won't be a challenge for me. Right after saying that, Naruto was forced to jump out of the way of the snake's lunge. Landing on the ground, he was forced to continuously dodge the strikes of Mocha. Once more going in for a lunge, Mocha said, can you see now? It doesn't matter how strong you are, the second I bite you, you'll be too paralyzed to fight back. Mentally face palming at his own stupidity for not thinking of this earlier, Naruto allowed the next strike to get him, and using the shock of his opponent, he obed onto Mocha's head before igniting himself on fire. The screams of the snake were music to his ears as he casually dropped the now crispy snake onto the ground. Giving his body a couple of seconds to heal the paralysis venom, Naruto walked over to Sinon and casually picked her up. You know, when I said I would beat up the monsters that came for you, I expected more of a challenge. Feeling her arms suddenly encircle him, Naruto smiled fondly. Don't worry Sinon, you're safe, I got you. Sinon for her part was grasping onto the man who had saved her. She had been so ashamed of herself. Unable to defeat Mocha had only solidified what she already knew. She was weak, plain and simple. She had tried so hard and all it got her was a bite of venom. Once she had lost feeling of her body and felt the snake wrap itself around her, she had wanted to break down. It had been so hopeless, but then Naruto had come and saved her from a fate worse than death. She wasn't sure how safe she was on her own, but she knew that as long as she was holding on to him, nothing could touch her. So it was a very tearful Sinon that currently had her arms wrapped around her savior. Thank you. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done for me. Smiling down at her, he tightened his hold on the girl. And you never will have to. Idly sitting back in his desk, Naruto glanced around and noticed all of the monsters currently occupying the classroom. The reason for this was quite simple. It was Parents' Day, and unfortunately that meant he was going to have to be extra careful today. Looking around, Naruto was unsurprised to see everyone's parents seemed to be around. Well, everyone's except his own and one other person's. Hey Silica, aren't your parents going to be coming? In response to the question, Silica softly shook her head and glanced around at all the happy families. No, my parents died a long time ago. Still looking around and missing the look she was receiving from Naruto, Silica continued. From what I was told, they died when I was only 4. It's sad really, they were my parents, but I can't remember anything about them. Looking at the girl and seeing just how much this was affecting her, Naruto got out of his seat and softly took her hand. You don't want to be here, do you? Seeing the girl shake her head while rubbing her eyes, Naruto sighed. What do you say we go grab Sinon and just take the day off? Looking up sharply at hearing the suggestion, Silica quickly shook her head. We can't. Skipping school can get us into so much trouble. Glancing around at all the happy families and knowing he wouldn't see his own for a while, Naruto said. I don't think they'd mind us leaving all that much. Besides, if you two are going to join my peerage, I want to get to know you both better. Smiling fondly at the other boy, Silica said. And how exactly do you plan on leaving the classroom? If you haven't noticed, we can't exactly just walk out. Smirking at the girl, Naruto said 4 words that would forever haunt many people's nightmares. I have a plan. It was an incredibly bored Sinon that was sitting on her desk looking around at the conversing families. It was frankly depressing to see just how happy everyone around her was, especially given the fact that she knew that her and Silica would never experience the same kind of happiness. Thinking of her younger sister, however, made the girl frown. She had initially intended to visit her classroom like she had done all the years previous, when they were in the same school at least. The problem, however, was that while she was sure Silica would be thrilled, she also knew that Naruto would be there, and currently she wasn't sure how she would react to his presence. It was hard to precisely say what she would do when she saw the boy again. He had after all saved her life in what was possibly the most heroic way she had ever thought possible. But she also wasn't sure why he had done it. Did he simply do it to honor the agreement they had, or did he do it to make sure she was safe? While she could only hope it was the second option, he was not a dreamer and was aware of just how likely it was just him honoring his word. Thinking about it would, however, do her no good besides feeding her imagination. So Sinon decided to instead focus on something else, and that something came easily enough when she saw 2 monsters conversing in hushed voices. Hey, did you hear about the explosion that happened in classroom B105? Sinon idly noted that the room they were talking about was also her younger sister's homeroom. Smirking at what must have been his friend, the second monster started chuckling. Yeah, I heard that the whole classroom is covered extensively in orange paint and they're still looking for the culprit. Shaking her head at the thought of who would be dumb enough to actually do that to a classroom, Sinon continued to listen in. That had been the plan at least, but before she could, she suddenly felt something impact the side of her head. Softly picking it up, the offending object, she found it was a simple paper airplane. Looking at the direction it had come from in order to find a possible culprit, she unfortunately only saw an open window. So it was with slight trepidation that Sinon opened the airplane and saw that there was a letter inside. Be prepared to jump out the window in 10 seconds. Naruto. Before she could contemplate exactly why she was supposed to jump out of a window there, suddenly was an explosion originating from the front of the room. BOOOOOOMMMMM. That asshole. It was going to be an angry and very orange Sinon that ended up jumping out the window into Naruto's waiting arms. It also was an incredibly good thing that those of the Finex family healed from any injury, otherwise there would have been a highly confused nurse that would have had to heal the new cuts the boy would gain from this experience. Standing in the middle of a training ground, currently blindfolded, Kushina softly listened for any indication of her opponent's next move. It didn't take long for it to come, and with practiced ease she shifted her body slightly to the left and was rewarded with feeling a breeze of wind hit her face, as well as hear an explosion occur behind her. You know you're going to have to do better than that if you want to hit me. Oh, don't worry, I plan on it. No sooner had those words been uttered that Kushina was forced to jump away from her position. Ha, you missed me again. Once she said that, however, Kushina felt something impact her back and launch her in the other direction. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Kushina." Groaning with her face currently buried in the ground. Kushina was grateful to suddenly feel her pain slowly leaving her body. Sitting up and removing the blindfold, Kushina was momentarily blinded by the light. Once she had adjusted, however, she saw Wendy holding her hands over her back and whispering different healing spells. Upon seeing that, she quickly glanced at her other opponent and muttered one word. "How?" In response, Mirjan, who was currently in her Satan soul form, shook her head. "I have no idea, you sensed all my attacks but for some reason you still can't sense Wendy's." Once hearing T, had both girls turn to the youngest member of the peerage, who upon seeing both pair of eyes on her blushed profusely. "I don't know why my attacks get through Kushina's senses, honest." Looking at the girl with a more analytical look, Mirjan contemplated how that could be. Kushina's sensing abilities are the strongest of our entire group, bearing Naruto of course. She's able to sense any and all negative emotions. So why is it that Wendy is able to effortlessly evade these abilities and land attacks on Kushina that she isn't able to sense? One thing was obvious though, they had to figure out what was causing that before their upcoming battle with Riser's peerage. "Do either of you guys know where Ravel is? She'd probably figure it out quicker than any of us." Surprisingly, it was Wendy who answered the question concerning the whereabouts of their queen. "Yeah, she said she had to have a talk with Riser about something." Looking curiously at the other girl, Kushina could only ask one thing. What could she possibly want to talk about with Riser? Currently sitting on a bench in the middle of the garden for the Finex clan was Riser Finex and Ravel Finex. The two had been there for a couple of minutes, just overlooking the vast garden before them and content with the silence that had befallen them. That silence was however broken by Riser when he asked an all too important question. "As nice as the day is, I'm going to assume you didn't call me out here for a social call, so what is it that you want, Ravel?" Still looking at the scenery, Ravel ignored her brother's question for the moment. "Riser, you're a smart man. I'm sure you have figured out what my feelings concerning Naruto are." Looking at his sister curiously, Riser nodded his head. "Yes, you have made them abundantly obvious. I think the only one who doesn't know is Naruto himself." Still looking over the scenery, Ravel shook her head. "That is where you're wrong. Before he left, I confessed my feelings and will be receiving an answer when he gets back." Snorting at the image of what Naruto's reaction must have been, Riser said, "While that is indeed good, it still doesn't answer my original question." Sighing at the reminder, Ravel nodded her head. "Yes, but I'm getting to that. Riser, you do know that Naruto will challenge you for Rias's hand in order to then cancel the engagement, correct? That has come to my attention. However, I'm sure that I'd be able to defeat any attempt he could make." Shaking her head at her brother's arrogance, Ravel decided to give him a reality check. "If you're assuming that simply because you are older, then I want you to stop right now. What you are forgetting is the power that Naruto is able to command. By himself he could probably defeat the two of us and still walk out relatively unharmed. That also doesn't take into account that while your peerage is full, it lacks individual power in each member, while Naruto's members are all powerful in their own ways. The truth of the matter is, should you and Naruto fight, there is a good chance you will lose." Riser's next words weren't said in retaliation of his sister's words like most would expect. Instead, they were said with a grim certainty that one used when they had run out of options. "I know, but what choice do I have? I can't let myself lose. The stakes are simply too high." Turning to face her brother, Ravel said something that had been eating at her for quite some time. "The other problem is, in order for the engagement to be cancelled, both groom and bride need to agree to cancel it. Should Naruto win, then he would have the power to cancel it, but that would depend on whether Rias decided to also cancel it. And am I to assume you believe that she would choose to not end the engagement?" Clenching her fists at the thought of Rias Grammori, Ravel nodded her head. "Whether we freely admit it or not, devils by nature are incredibly selfish creatures, and while there are exceptions, Rias is not one of them. She has made it clear that she is interested in Naruto, and I wouldn't put it past her to use the engagement to force him to marry her. It's simply too good of an opportunity to let go, and we both know that should that happen, it would become impossible to end the engagement. The sad truth is, both Lord Grammori and her father want that marriage to take place, even if they won't admit it." Spying a bird softly land in a nest where its family seemed to be, Riser smiled softly. So what you're saying is it could be hopeless and that I'll fail to protect my little siblings. Inwardly praying that Naruto would somehow forgive her for what she was about to do, Revel shook her head. No, there is a way, but in order for it to work you're going to need certain things. Seeing the bird spread its wings and glide to a nearby perch in order to overlook its family, Riser asked. And what exactly would I need? A seal. But not just any seal, you'd need something that would cause a large influx of negative emotions. Glancing curiously at his sister for what their apparent salvation was, Riser could only shake his head. And what exactly would a negative emotion seal do to help my chances of winning? In response, Revel steeled herself for what she was going to suggest. Riser, have you ever wondered what happens when you cause a tailed beast container to lose control? Sighing to herself, Sinon glanced at her nails and internally winced at just how damaged they had become. This is all your fault, you know. In response, Naruto, who was currently leaning on Silica, snorted. Oh yeah, blame that on me, because it was totally my idea to have you maim me. Huffing to herself while giving her fur a once-over and mentally crying about just how much orange was still clinging to her, Sinon said. Well, maybe if you didn't, I don't know, decide to cover me from head to toe in orange paint, I wouldn't have felt the need to show you just how I felt about that. Do you have any idea how hard it's going to be in order for me to get my fur all nice and shiny again? Well, sorry, next time me and Silica want to have fun together, well, just leave you behind. Glancing at the girl once more, Naruto felt the need to point on other thing out. You do realize you don't actually have any fur at the moment. In response to the accusation, Sinon pulled her tail out from underneath her skirt and held it in front of her. Oh really, and what do you call this? Because last time I checked, my tail does have fur on it, and so do my ears, asshole. It went without saying that neither of the sisters expected what happened next, because when Sinon had decided to put her tail in front of her, she had inadvertently allowed it in reaching distance of Naruto. So it had come as no shock to anyone that knew Naruto that he had decided to grab onto said tail and give it a harsh tug. It was only thanks to the quick thinking of Silica that had saved Naruto from once more getting mauled. She had luckily broken out of her shock at Naruto's actions, and had grabbed her sister underneath her arms and held her back. This had succeeded in holding her admittedly less physically powerful sister back, but had not stopped Sinon from making her displeasure known. You fucking idiot. If you ever do that again, I swear I'm going to take my Hecate and shoot a bullet full of holy water right up your ass. If she expected her threats to scare him, then she would be highly disappointed. Instead of cowering like she no doubt expected, Naruto instead laughed. Well, it's not my fault. You put the thing in front of my face. What did you expect me to do? Besides, it was just a little tug. I think you're just overreacting. It was apparent that Naruto had not learned one of the most important facts about girls. Never tell them they are overacting unless you want to truly see them doing just that. It therefore wasn't very surprising that instead of calming down, Sinon struggled harder against her sister and forced Silica to exert more effort to hold her sister in place. Oh, so now I'm overreacting. Come closer and I'll show you just how much I can overreact. Maybe I will come closer. I wonder what would happen if I were to pull that tail again. I swear if you do it, I'll claw your fucking eyes out. Promises. Promises. I doubt it would even take a couple minutes for them to grow back. Seeing where this was going, and currently being the only thing holding her sister back from the devil, Silica decided to make her opinions known. As happy as I am to see that my big sister has become close enough with someone to allow them to play with her tail, I feel the need to remind the two of you that we are currently at a school, and unless you want rumors flying around, I'd appreciate it if you stopped your lover's spat. Who said Silica couldn't be spiteful? She had after all been forced to hold back her sister's onslaught from reaching the devil. I didn't let him play with my tail, and we're not lovers. Oh, God, please don't say that in front of Revel. Who the hell is Revel? Yes, Silica could take quite a bit of satisfaction from this. Currently in an underground sewer we find one Yugito running from the two men that were chasing her, no doubt for the beast that she contained. Yugito was a beautiful 16-year-old girl with long blonde hair tied into a braid using bandages and had brown dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants. She also wore purple fingerless gloves, a chain of blue beads wrapped around her left hand and a red sash around her waist. She had so far successfully been able to dodge most of the attacks that they had unleashed on her using the natural flexibility that her bijou allowed her to possess. Unfortunately, the TWO had led her to a dead end, and like it or not, if she was going to get out of this, it was going to have to be through them. Looking at the entrance she had just gone through, it came as no surprise to see two men standing there blocking her only way of escape. "Why are you coming after me?" It was the man on the right that stepped forward first. He has medium-length gray hair that was currently pulled back and purple eyes. He was shirtless but wore a black cloak with red clouds that was left slightly opened, gray pants, and sandals. He also appeared to have painted his nails a dark green color. Was wearing an amulet around his neck and was holding onto some kind of red scythe that had 3 blades. "Relax, girl. We simply have orders from our king to bring you in so we can have someone unlock that bijou of yours. She doesn't need to know what's happening. Our orders were simply to incapacitate her and bring her in once that was accomplished." Upon hearing the her man speak and ignoring the now named Hidan for the moment, Yugito focused on the other man. He had tan skin, long dark brown hair, and green eyes with red sclera. Most of this was covered however, since he currently wore a white hood that covered his entire face, with the exception of his eyes, and was wearing the same cloak as the other man did except his was closed. The only other thing her wore was a pair of sandals. "Oh, shut up, Kakuzu. The containers are supposed to be pretty weak until they get their bijou unlocked and learn the name. She won't even be a worthy sacrifice." In response, the now named Kakuzu turned to his partner and said, "It doesn't matter if she would be a worthy sacrifice if not our orders were explicit. Bring her in alive." In response, Hidan slowly lifted the scythe towards the girl. "Yeah, but he never said I couldn't cut off a few body parts." Turning so he was facing the girl fully, he said, I expect you to put up a fight, so don't disappoint or I'm going to have to kill you." With that being said, he leapt at the girl while swinging his scythe at her current position. Luckily, thanks to the added flexibility she gained from her bijou, the girl was able to dodge the straightforward attack with relative ease. Once she had done so, she quickly planted her hands on the side of the scythe and used the added leverage swing her legs around and kick the man in the face. Smirking at the victory as well as the burn mark forming on the man's face, Yugito quickly jumped away when she saw an approaching fireball. Seems that the first man is meant to attack me up close, while the other one hangs back and pelts me with powerful attacks. With this in mind, Yugito quickly jumped at the scythe-wielding user and, dodging his sloppy swing, planted her feet into his face. Using his face as a springboard, she quickly jumped towards the position that Kakuzu was located. "If I can get the long-range specialist close, I can take him out and then not have to worry about interference when fighting the scythe wielder." Using this strategy, Yugito quickly lashed out with a swipe of her hand while using her bijou's innate ability to lengthen her claws. The result, however, was not what she expected. Instead of tearing his face in half, she instead felt her hand being grabbed by the man's hand, which had turned a dark brown color. "But what's going on?" Smirking at the girl, Kakuzu decided to enlighten her. "You see, your assumptions of me being a long-range specialist was only partially true. The truth of the matter is I can swap between them quite freely. Now I hear your bijou is made up of fire, so let's see how you handle the heat." Once he said that, Kakuzu quickly let go of the girl's arm before punching her in the stomach and launching her away. Once she was suitably far enough away, however, he opened his mouth and literally spit out a giant fireball which flew to her position. For Yugito, it had all been truly surreal. 1 second she's about to successfully take out one of her opponents, and the next she's getting punched in the gut with the force of a truck and being launched into the air. Thankfully, she had managed to right herself in the air. Unfortunately, once she had done this, she had immediately been engulfed by a giant fireball. "Ha ha ha, you're a fucking idiot, Kakuzu. We were supposed to bring her in alive, not burned to a crisp. I can't wait to see what our king does to you." Ignoring his crude partner, Kakuzu instead focused on the still blazing fire in front of them. "She's not burned, you idiot. If you paid any attention you would know that she's the two-tailed Hellcat's container. Her bijou is literally made of fire even if she doesn't know the nom. And therefore can't produce the same kind of flames. She should still be able to handle normal fire without being killed. As if in response to his words a figure could be seen walking out of the flames and towards the two. The only difference was that instead of the blonde-haired girl they had come to expect, the person walking towards them seemed to be surrounded by a cloak of red energy that was formed into a cat with two tails sprouting from her backside. Looking shocked at the girl's new appearance, Hidan turned to his accomplice and practically yelled in his ear. "I thought you said she couldn't manifest a fucking cloak. Do you know how much of a pain in the ass this is going to be?" Looking at the girl, Kakuzu couldn't help the impressed look he gained. It would seem that she has managed to learn her bijou's name and therefore can manifest the tailed beast cloak. Looking at the now feral girl and turning back to his partner, Hidan asked, "And what exactly does that mean for us?" In response, Kakuzu was suddenly enveloped by black threads and 4 different masks suddenly shot out from his body, all having the same black threads still attached to them. "It means, Hidan, that our job just got much more interesting." As if in response to his observation, Yugito suddenly let out a primal roar. "RAAAAAWWWWWRRRRRRRRR" before disappearing in a burst of speed and appearing in front of Hidan. Once she had landed in front of the man, she quickly elonged her nails before swiping at the man's face. In response, Hidan quickly put his scythe up and used it to blow the attack before it landed on his face. Unfortunately, even he couldn't predict the force that was behind the attack and was therefore launched away from his position and into a nearby wall. Glancing at his currently incapacitated partner's location and then turning back to the girl they were facing, Kakuzu analyzed the situation. It would seem that cloak of hers allows extra speed, durability and apparently strength. The only question is, what kind of limits does it have? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Forming a plan, Kakuzu tasked 2 of the masks to distract girl while he called the remaining 2 back to his side. It didn't take long for Yugito to notice the 2 masks currently blocking her way to her target, not when they were firing wind and fire attacks at her. Luckily they seemed to be horrible at coordinating their attacks and it was easy to dodge both, especially with the natural advantage she had over one of the masks. Jumping quickly via a blast of fire as well as throwing her own fireball at a current of wind heading her way, Yugito was rewarded with the air fueling her fire and using the energy to converge on the wind mask. See that happened, she turned her attention to the other mask and was surprised to see it appearing to be waiting for something. Conjuring a fireball in each of her hands, Yugito waited for the other mask to make the next move. She was however unprepared for the pain she suddenly felt in her back and therefore was shocked to suddenly feel herself being thrown through the air until finally smashing into a wall. Slowly prying herself off of said wall, Yugito turned around and inwardly cursed when she saw the wind mask she had assumed she defeated currently floating besides the fire mask. "So here more durable than I originally thought. Well, that's fine, it's nothing I can't handle." That had been her assumptions at least, but instead of attacking individually like they had done before, the 2 masks seemed to come together and form a bigger entity, one that possessed both of the original masks. Before the girl could wonder why they had done that, she was forced to watch as the fire mask first sent a fire attack in her direction, but not before the wind mask also combined its own attack with it, thus fueling the fire attack even more. The result was a gigantic fireball that converged on Yugito's position, forcing her to rely on her cloak's natural defensive properties. Once a couple of minutes had passed and the fire seemed to recede, the form of Yugito could once more be seen. Only instead of having a 2-tailed cloak, the girl now only had 1 tail formed behind her. She also seemed to have a couple burn marks forming on her body. No doubt some of the fire had gotten through her cloak and attacked her skin directly. Panting softly as well as glancing at her enemy, Yugito prepared herself for their next assault. "It would seem you have forgotten about me, little Hellcat." No sooner had the girl turned around at the voice was she suddenly hit with a pressurized water attack and thrown against the wall. That in and of itself wouldn't have been too bad, unfo. Natalie, once she had been thoroughly drenched, a new mask launched what she distantly realized was some sort of lightning attack and her whole world suddenly turned black. Standing once more beside each other were Nagato, Senju and Office, Currently the two were discussing the events that had just transpired. Unsurprisingly, it was Yugito who started things off. We have successfully captured the Two Tails container and are transporting her to our base. Once she's there we will be able to put her into the capsule you gave us for her. Looking at the infinite space around them, Ophis replied without emotion. Good. Once she's in there her powers should be successfully suppressed and her body will go into a form of status until we are able to get Naruto to unlock her bijou. Now is any progress concerning the other containers? In response to that, Yugito softly ran his hand down his face. We have located them. Unfortunately most are becoming difficult to find. Currently, however, I have sent one of my knights and one of my bishops to go confront the Four Tails container. Good. Once we have gathered a suitable amount of hosts I will go confront Naruto and get him to join my side. Looking at his leader with light trepidation, Yugito asked the question that had been plaguing him for countless nights. How are you so sure he will accept your proposal? Still seeing around the vast openness that was her home, Ophis said. I know he will accept because he's a devil, just like you are, and every devil desires power even if they won't admit it. I am offering him the power to be one of the strongest entities in this world, to become stronger than a god. I'm sure he will accept my proposal with open arms, and once he does I will finally be able to rid the Great Red from my home. Yugito couldn't fault her logic, and he knew it. The devil race was easily corrupt with power, and that was the cold hard truth. Even he had become swayed by the promise of power and was aware any devil like himself would easily succumb. It didn't however stop the feeling that he had, telling himself that there was still a chance this Naruto Finex wouldn't succumb as easily as they hoped. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.